Yao bit her red lips as tears glistened in her eyes. She couldn't help but shed them. Fei looked at her indifferently and said, "Yao, are you feeling indignant?" His words hit the nail on the head, and Yao finally couldn't help but burst into tears. As Fei's daughter, she was naturally not a delicate person. However, a young girl's heart being trampled on like this was also a heavy burden that she could not bear for a moment. "Don't be too sad," Fei consoled. "Even if you're only at the Demon Lord realm, as long as you can marry young Master Yi with your talent and a Demon Supreme realm Hualin Demon Bone, you'll have a high chance of breaking through to the Demon Supreme realm. Why can't he wait a little longer?" Yao gritted her teeth and cried, "If I rush to the Demon Lord realm, I'll have sex with him. It'll benefit both of us. Can't he just wait a little longer?" The atmosphere at the round table was unusually oppressive, and everyone looked at each other. "This is what it means to respect the strong," Fei sighed. "Young Master Yi, you can do whatever you want. Let alone you, what can I do?" What he said just now only proved that you were indeed just a human cauldron in his eyes. If you're not convinced, then cultivate properly. If I can step into the Saint Demon realm one day, I can change my fate. Woo woo woo. Yao collapsed on the table, her shoulders shaking as she sobbed. She looked so pitiful that it was hard to associate her with a woman who was usually firm and decisive. However, she quickly stopped sobbing, as if she had accepted her fate. She took out a handkerchief to wipe her tears and stood up. "I'll go back first and prepare." "Go," Fei nodded. Yao immediately turned around and left with a cold expression. A demon lord finally couldn't bear it anymore. He gritted his teeth and said, "Lord Fei, I think that E is just a mere demon lord, a pure second-generation demon. To let Miss Yao be his cauldron, this is too much for Miss." "Shut up." Fei's expression changed and he shouted, "Don't talk nonsense. Otherwise, it's not a big deal if you die. But it'll be a big deal if the entire flying division is implicated." The demon lord grunted and turned his head in a fit of pique. Only then did Fei's expression ease up, and he said, "You must know young Master Yi's identity. It's very likely that he'll be the sovereign of this devil realm in the future. There was nothing wrong with Yao being his human cauldron. This will also be of great benefit to Yao." "Humph, but I heard that E is just one of the many incarnations of the Devil Lord. It's unknown if he can still maintain his current state of mind in the future." The Demon Lord sneered. Fei's expression changed slightly. He was furious again and shouted, "I told you not to talk nonsense." He grabbed at the air, and a large number of runes flew out of his palm, imprisoning the meeting hall. He then threw out an array flag which flashed on the round table and disappeared. The entire space seemed to be completely isolated. After doing all this, Fei heaved a sigh of relief. He glared at the Demon Lord and angrily rebuked, "If you want to die, don't drag down the entire tribe." The Demon Lord snorted and said, "Now you can be at ease. I'm telling the truth. According to the information from the Arceus region, the Devil Lord had a total of 6 incarnations. E was only one of them, and it was the weakest one. That was why the Devil Head was in a hurry to find resources to increase his strength. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come to our ice domain. Even if it is. So what?" Fei said coldly. "When the 6 avatars merged into one, E would be the Devil Head, and the Devil Head would be E. Perhaps E's self-consciousness no longer exists, but to us, to Yao, it doesn't affect anything. This kid is really fucking lucky. It's actually the Devil Head's clone." The Demon Lord said indignantly. The impression Li Yi gave everyone was just too bad, and everyone was dissatisfied. "This isn't caused by luck. He's transformed from the devil's true body. There's no such thing as luck. Although Ice Domain has declined, it is indeed a large domain that has been passed down from ancient times. Countless Lord Holy Demons have been born in it. According to ancient records, this secret technique of separating one's true body to cultivate independently was not a magical ability of the demon race, but was passed down from the outside world. I'm afraid that this Devil Lord is an unparalleled figure with unparalleled divine abilities. The outside world? The realm of heavenly martial arts?" Everyone was shocked. One of them asked, Is it the realm of heavenly martial arts? You're overthinking things. Faye laughed. There are countless realms in the universe, and we're only closer to the heavenly martial realm. In the endless years, it's normal for experts from other realms to descend occasionally. There's nothing to be surprised about. From the looks of it, the demon realm is about to produce another incredible holy demon. A demon monarch nodded. Ever since the demon lord, the Arch, had accidentally fallen in the heavenly martial realm 100,000 years ago, the entire demon realm had been in a state of utter chaos. I really hope that there will be another leader. That's right, said Faye with a smile. And it seems that this big shot will soon be related to our flying division by marriage. The rest of the demon lords also couldn't help but get excited. Their previous unhappiness was immediately swept away, and they all chuckled. Let's not talk about this for now, Faye said. The opening of the central area of the Buddha corridor would probably attract a large number of experts. During this period of time, he had detected that the nearby space fluctuated quite violently. The teleportation formations in various places might have been activated and led directly to Yuan County. Therefore, we must pay more attention to the city's defense and safety. Yes, everyone responded in unison. A demon lord angrily said, I'm just afraid that Guahahuan and the others will secretly sabotage our efforts in building the city's defenses. They've always done the exact opposite of what we did. It won't happen this time. With E here, they have to give some face no matter what. Otherwise, the consequences aren't something they can bear. After that, they discussed some other matters before removing the restriction and leaving. When Yunxiao sneaked into the flight department, the meeting had ended a long time ago, and the sky was getting dark. Apart from the tense and somber atmosphere, there seemed to be nothing unusual in the entire flight division. I wonder where Wei Qing and Yi are now. They'll definitely think of a way to get their hands on the Buddha's picture. Yunxiao pondered for a moment, then suddenly laughed and thought to himself, I'm not sure what to do. Who cares? I already have a share anyway, so I don't have to worry about it anymore. As for them, it's up to their own luck and fortune. His figure flickered, and he was about to leave when his expression suddenly froze. He used a void secret technique to hide himself. After a few breaths, someone came from afar. Yunxiao was taken aback. The person who came over was Yao, followed by two servant girls. There was nothing strange about it, but Yunxiao kept feeling that something was wrong. Right, it's style. Yunxiao was slightly surprised. Yao was wearing a long dress and had a cold aura, and her temperament was 30% aggressive, but also 70% dignified and decent. Looking at her now, it was Hong Zhuang's beauty, revealing her snow-white arms and jade-like feet. She had a flirtatious aura, and as she walked, a faint fragrance floated. Although she was demonically beautiful, it didn't seem to be her style, and it made people feel a little out of place. Yao and the two maidservants walked for a while. After passing through several long corridors, they came to a garden. Yao's expression was complicated. She bit her red lips and ordered, "You guys wait here." "Yes." The two maidservants bowed and stood on both sides of the garden, no longer looking or listening. There was a silvery glow floating on the bluestone brick floor in the garden. All kinds of precious flowers bloomed. As the night wind blew, the fragrance of the flowers lifted the black hair and blew into the wrinkled heart lake. Yao stepped on the stone path and slowly walked forward. In front of her was an exquisite little house. It sat quietly among the flowers and trees, and there seemed to be light shining through the cracks. For a woman, today was the most important moment. "Lord E, I'm here." She called out softly and forced a smile to make herself look more lively and charming. "Come in." A lazy voice came from inside the room. It seemed to be emotionless. Yunxiao, who was hiding in the void, suddenly trembled slightly, because the voice was too familiar, and the man's name was Lao Ai. "Thank you, Lord E." Yao bowed slightly and pushed open the door. As expected, he's called E. Yunxiao found it very strange. He slightly exercised his ocular technique and peeked through the gap in the door that Yao had opened. He was stunned by what he saw. It was an elegant room outside, but the interior was luxuriously decorated. A man was half lying on the bed with a lazy aura. Wasn't that Li? His brain had completely stopped working, as if he had been petrified. He could not understand what was happening in front of him. Who is it? Suddenly, a loud cry rang out, and then a powerful gust of wind broke through the air and struck at the place where Xianxia was hiding. Not good, Xianxia cried out in his heart. He had been shocked and dazed for a moment, and he had been immediately discovered. He had no way to escape. He could only shuttle through the void and escape out of the flying division. Boom! With a loud rumble, a deep hole was instantly blasted open in the space where Xianxia had been standing. It was 70 or 80 feet wide and bottomless. What's going on? This immediately caused the entire flying division to shake. In an instant, dozens of figures flew over. The attacker gradually revealed his true appearance from the void. It was one of the two demon lords who had been with Li. With a cold expression, he chased after Xianxia. At this moment, Li rushed out of the house as well. Yao's face was also pale, embarrassed, and angry. She stared at the flying demons in the sky and shouted, "What's going on?" Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what had happened either. Trash, Yao cursed. She then turned her gaze to the two servant girls in front of the garden's gate and shouted, "You guys tell me!" The two maidservants trembled with fear, and one of them said in a trembling voice, "We don't know what's going on either. We just heard someone shout, 'There's someone.' And then we seemed to see the holy envoy's shadow piercing through the void. After that, Ingluo, the holy envoy, disappeared. With their eyesight, they did not see Xianxia escape, nor did they see the demon lord chasing after him. However, everyone understood what was going on. Li Yi's face instantly darkened and became extremely fierce. He said coldly, "The flying division is really impregnable, even a mosquito can't fly in. I was just about to enjoy your young miss, and I was almost peeked at." Yao's face turned red in an instant, and she wished there was a hole in the ground she could hide in. Her eyes shot out killing intent as she stared at the demon lords in the sky, and she said sternly, "Why are you still here? Hurry up and go after them." Yes. Only then did the demon lords react. They all quickly fled the scene, afraid to face Yao's murderous gaze. "I think the spy is very strong. Ming may not be able to deal with him alone, so I'll go and help him. Young master, please stay here and be careful." A faint voice came from the sky again. Soon after, a figure flickered in the sky and disappeared. It was the other saint. After everyone had left, the atmosphere in the garden became quiet and awkward. Li Yi stood there with a dark expression, not knowing what he was thinking. Yao, on the other hand, had her head lowered as she carefully waited behind him, not daring to raise her head. After a while, she finally mustered up her courage and asked in a voice as soft as a mosquito's, "Lord Yi, do you still need more kasaya?" Only then did Li Yi turn his face slightly and snorted coldly, "How can this young master still be in the mood? I'm angry just looking at your ugly face. I think your two maidservants are not bad, so let them help me vent my anger first. As for you, get lost." Yao's breath caught in her throat as she stared at him in disbelief. Her face turned pale. In this situation, she did not really hate Li Yi. She only hated the two servants. She could not help but lower her eyes to hide the viciousness in her eyes as she bit her red lips and remained silent. The two maidservants were also shocked, as if they couldn't believe it. They looked at each other, then saw Yao's eyes and face, and their faces turned pale. They were afraid that after being pampered today, Yao would use some kind of method to deal with them. They were so frightened that their bodies trembled violently, and tears could not stop falling. Li Yi looked at the two's weak and trembling appearance and could not suppress the evil fire in his heart. He laughed hideously. Yao's face was pale as she stared coldly at the two maidservants and said, "Serve young Master Yi well. If young Master Yi is not satisfied in the slightest, I'll hold you all responsible." Ha ha ha. Li Yi laughed maniacally. With a wave of his arm, he pulled the maidservant over. With one on his left and one on his right, he entered the room in a flash. Yao stood alone outside the door. She didn't know what to do. Soon, A lecherous voice came from inside, causing her face to twist again. The fire of jealousy was about to burn her rationality to ashes. Her body trembled violently, and she wanted to rush in and tear the two servants into pieces. After escaping from the flying division, Xianxia hurried out of the city. At this moment he was still in a daze. No matter how he racked his brain, he could not understand how Li Yi had become someone from the Arceus region. Moreover, it seemed like he had a very high status. During the Battle of the Crimson Moon City, Li Yi had fallen into the demonic rift. There was a large number of demons guarding the other side of the crack. Logically speaking, even if they didn't die, they should be crippled. Why was it so different from what he had expected? This gorgeous turn of events was too gorgeous. Xianxia suddenly felt that his life was dark, and Li Yi was the protagonist of this era. The shadow in his heart continued to grow. "Stop that person, Xianxia!" Suddenly, Devil King Ming's shout came from behind. After chasing for a while, Ming found that the gap between him and Xianxia had widened, and they were about to reach the city defense zone. The demon lord controlling the city's defenses in front immediately became alert. After all, this was a critical period, and the city had long since been in the highest level of defense. In front of Xianxia, a large group of devils immediately surrounded him, setting up a formation and waiting for him. Xianxia's face flickered slightly, but he did not panic. Instead, he took out the world's proud smile, drew half of the fiend energy in his body, and then slapped it down. Boom! Suddenly, the sky and earth began to spin, and the terrifying power of wind and fire spread out like a tsunami, swallowing all the demons in an instant. Some of the weaker ones were directly shattered into pieces, while the stronger ones couldn't withstand the huge impact and were instantly sent flying thousands of miles away. Although the fan had delayed him for a while, the obstacles in front of him had been swept away. He could not even see a demonic fiend, and a large part of the city had collapsed. Ming's pupils shrank. He stopped and looked at them in shock. It was not until Xianxia put away his fan and fled again that he realized what was going on. He hesitated for a moment, but did not pursue him, because the power of the blow just now was too overwhelming. Even he might not be able to withstand it. If he rashly chased after it, he might directly die. After flying for dozens of miles, Xianxia found no one behind him, so he stopped and stood alone in the sky, pondering. After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't figure out the relationship between them. Forget it, let's not care about this for now. According to Luo, the core area of the Buddha corridor is about to open. I'll use the Qilin demonic bone of the purple Tiangang first. Maybe I'll reach the demon commander. Oh no, the creation realm directly. After staying in the demon world for a long time, he had also developed some habits of the demon race. After making up his mind, he found a place full of devil chi and began to set up the formation. Places with abundant devil chi often had many devils, and closed-door cultivation could not be disturbed. He set up 7 to 8 restrictions in a row before he could finally relax. At the same time, a ray of light shot out from his glabella and transformed into Xiao Hong's figure not far away. At this moment, Xiao Hong was still wearing a dazzling red dress. Her face was ruddy, and her beautiful eyes were shining as she looked at him. She didn't look injured at all. "You've recovered?" Xianxia asked happily. "Have you fully recovered?" Xiao Hong nodded slightly. "There's no devil chi in the Divine Realm tablet, so it's recovering a little slowly. Otherwise, it would have recovered long ago." Xianxia knocked his head and said with a wry smile, "I forgot about that. It's all my fault." Xiao Hong didn't think much of it, but she still pouted. "That's right. It's big brother Yunxiao's fault. He only thought of me now. It's not too late to come out now." Yunxiao smiled and said, "This place is full of demonic chi. You can cultivate here. At the same time, you can guard me." "And?" Xiao Hong nodded seriously, and his face glowed with excitement. To be able to choose someone to protect him, he must be the closest person to him. At least, in Yunxiao's heart, he had already regarded himself as the closest person. She couldn't help but recall what had happened when she had just entered the devil world and was seriously injured, and her cheeks flushed red. Xiao noticed her unusual behavior and asked with concern, "What happened to your face? Why is it so red? Are you okay?" I'm fine, Luo. Xiaohong felt as if she had been seen through. Her heart beat faster and she felt embarrassed. She lowered her head and didn't say anything. "It's good that you're fine," Xiao said. "I'm glad you're fine." He immediately took out a large number of top-grade devil essence stones and gave half of them to Xiaohong. The rest were piled up in the surroundings. At the same time, he took out the devil bone of transforming Qilin and began to cultivate in seclusion. At first, Xiaohong refused to accept the supreme-grade fiend vitality stones, but she could not persuade Xiao, so she put them away. After Xiao entered a meditative state, she found a nearby void and quietly absorbed the fiend energy to cultivate. Half a month later, demonic qi suddenly churned in the sky, forming a vortex. Accompanied by lightning and thunder, it fell on the young man who was sitting cross-legged in the void. Xiao's breath was calm, and his body glowed with purple thunder arcs. With a hand seal, he sucked the demonic aura into his body, and the thunder light around him faded. Xiao slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of foul air. He immediately felt the power surging in his body. Xiaohong appeared in front of Xiao in a flash and said in surprise, "Big brother Xiao, you've broken through?" Sensing the changes in his body, Xiao stood up, shook his head, and said with a wry smile, "I didn't expect the creation realm to be so difficult to reach." He had already digested the 30,000 top-grade devil origin stones and the Qilin devil bone, but he still couldn't break through. He couldn't help but feel a little depressed. Xiaohong pondered for a moment and said, "You can't blame big brother Xiao for this. I'm afraid it has something to do with the environment. After all, the supreme demon realm is stronger than the creation realm. If big brother Xiao was in the heavenly martial realm, he might have already reached it." Xiao was taken aback. Holding his chin, he thought for a while and felt that Xiaohong's words made sense. No matter what, there is still a slight difference. I hope that I will gain something from this trip to the Buddha corridor. He flipped his hand, and the Buddha's pagoda appeared in his palm. It was emitting a faint demonic light as if it had reacted. As the blueprint unfurled, a series of runes appeared on it, drawing a golden light. The runes gradually condensed on the scroll and floated in the air, forming a golden arrow that pointed in a certain direction. The Buddha corridor. Xiao was taken aback, but then he was overjoyed and said, "It must be the core of the Buddha corridor. Let's go." The two of them immediately turned into a beam of demonic light and soared into the sky, heading in the direction of the golden arrow. At the same time, many people in Yuan County were suddenly moved. Fei Yi suddenly flipped his palm, and a Buddha's portrait that was almost identical to Xiao's appeared. When he saw the golden arrow on it, he could not help but be overjoyed and cried out, "All the experts of the flying division, follow me." The same scene appeared in the other tribes almost at the same time. In an instant, the sky above the entire Yuan County was filled with devil shadows shuttling back and forth. It was like cold water that had been dormant for many years suddenly boiled. A large number of ordinary demons were so scared that they hurriedly ran back home. They didn't know what had happened, but they were afraid that they would be affected. "Ha! It's the real stupa." Somewhere in Yuan County, in a rather powerful force, the clan leader held a drawing in his hand and looked at it with a warm and gentle light and the same arrow. The clan leader was so excited that he couldn't control himself. His hands were constantly trembling. "With this stupa, I can find the more powerful Hualin demon bone and improve my cultivation." His eyes flickered with excitement. The powerhouses of the tribe were all around, and they all began to flatter one after another, afraid of falling behind. After the Buddha corridor, I think the power structure in Yuan County will be redivided into 4 major powers. Hee. Lord Clan Leader will definitely shock the world with a single brilliant feat. It's even possible for him to break through to the Demon Lord realm. When the time comes, we'll be able to suppress the other 3. I see that Fei's daughter Yao looks pretty good. Lord Chief can have her as a concubine. The clan leader nodded with a drooling expression. "You're indeed quite good-looking. If I can obtain the demon bone of the Demon Supreme Realm, I'll really have a chance to break through to the Demon Supreme Realm. When the time comes, I'll come and play. Actually, I feel that the chances of Your Excellency breaking through to the Demon Lord Realm are not high. Suddenly, an extremely discordant voice rang out, and everyone in the hall was stunned. They immediately looked around, wanting to see who was so ignorant. The clan leader's pupils suddenly shrank, and he shouted vigilantly, "Who is it?" At the same time, he flipped his hand and put away the stupa painting. The space above the hall trembled slightly, and two people walked out. They were Wei Qing and Yen. "I'm telling the truth," Wei Qing said lightly. "It's already fucking lucky for Darren to be able to cultivate until now with his aptitude and talent. It's a waste to give you that stupa painting. Why don't you let me go to the stupa corridor? If I have any spare demon bones after I break through to the Demon Supreme Realm, I can give some to my lord." "Impudent." The clan leader's face sank and he said coldly, "So you're here to steal the picture. If you know what's good for you, then get lost. Otherwise, you'll bear the consequences." The judge laughed and said, "Why are you telling them so much? The core region has already sent out a signal. Kill them all, take the map, and leave." The clan leader's expression changed drastically, and he immediately turned into a ray of light and rushed forward. Wei Qing sneered and clenched his 5 fingers in the air. A powerful aura suddenly burst out and locked onto the clan leader's figure, instantly enveloping the entire hall. A suction force appeared out of thin air, and the space in the hall began to spin rapidly, forming a vortex. Many of the experts' expressions changed drastically. They were shocked to find that they could not even stand steadily under this suction force. "What's that?" The clan leader was the strongest, and he looked at the center of the space vortex in horror, only to see a silver bottle swallowing and spitting out demonic chi. "Arg! Clan leader, save me." In the blink of an eye, a large number of demons were sucked into the yin-yang dual chi bottle. He also made his move. A demonic light rose from under his feet, and the bodies of those experts who couldn't be absorbed suddenly exploded with loud bangs, turning into the purest demonic chi and being absorbed. Even the clan leader didn't have the time to beg for mercy before his head was twisted off by Yi and thrown into the yin-yang dual chi bottle. Wei Qing made a hand seal, and the bottle fell from the sky, flying back to his palm and disappearing in a flash. "This yin and yang air bottle is an unparalleled treasure," he complained. "Don't just throw trash into it." "Haha," Richard laughed. "They'll eventually degrade into demonic chi anyway. Who cares?" Then, he flipped his hand and the stupa painting appeared in his hand. He couldn't help but lick his lips. Wei Qing's eyes also flashed with a strange light as he stared at the map. The referee said, "You're smart, waiting for the map to be opened. I've been running around all day, and I don't know who has the map, so I've been busy for more than a month. You take this map, I'll enter the yin-yang dual cultivation bottle. This way, I can save one map." Wei Qing took the Buddha portrait and kept it. He nodded and said, "You can go in first. If you encounter any weaklings on the road, you can snatch them from them. If you don't meet them, you can just stay inside." With that, his figure flickered and he turned into a demonic light, flying in the direction of the arrow. In an instant, a large number of demonic lights flickered in the sky above Yuan County, and they all headed towards the stupa corridor. Most of them did not have a Buddha's picture, so they could still enter without a picture. However, the danger would be 100 times higher. However, the opening of the core region would definitely bring certain benefits that were hard to resist. There were also many people who wanted to watch the show, or they had the mentality of wanting to steal other people's maps. Therefore, almost all the strong cultivators in the entire Yuan County and even the ice region had gathered here. After flying for a while, Yunxiao and Xiaohong were soon blocked by a huge demonic cloud in front of them. In a flash, they could not help but transform into their human forms and stand in front of the demonic cloud, looking at it in surprise. The demonic cloud was half an acre in size, and there was a strange aura inside. As it rolled, it slowly condensed and actually turned into an old-looking demon lord. Hee hee. The old man rolled his eyes and sized up the two of them. He chuckled and said, "Where are you going, my two friends? Who do you think you are?" Xiaohong said coldly, "What does it have to do with you?" The old man was stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud. "Ha ha! This little girl's temper is really bad. This old master doesn't have any ill intentions. I was just asking." "We're going to the Buddha corridor." Yunxiao cupped his fists and said, "What can I do for you, my lord?" "The Buddha corridor?" The old man's eyes flashed with a strange light and he laughed. "I heard that the core region is about to open. Do you have the Buddha stupa?" "Yes." Yunxiao nodded. "But there's only one serving." "Really?" The old man's body trembled, and his eyes burst out with light. He said excitedly, "Hurry, hurry and show it to me." With a smile, Yunxiao took out the map and handed it over. "Is it this one?" The old man suddenly snatched it and spread it out in his palm. He was immediately overjoyed and laughed wildly. "Ha ha ha! It's indeed the stupa. This old man has been waiting here for a long time. I didn't expect to really get such a good deal. Ha ha ha! The heavens have been kind to me." Yunxiao chuckled when he saw his excited look and said, "Old sir, that map is mine." "Hee hee, yours?" The old man carefully put away the stupa and said with a smile, "It was yours before. What about now?" Yunxiao asked. "Not anymore," the old man replied. "No." Xiaohong shook her head and pouted. "Big brother Yunxiao, you're so free." "I did waste some time," Yunxiao said with a smile. "I just wanted to see what this old man was up to." His 5 fingers turned into lightning and 5 bolts of lightning shot towards the old man like dragons. He sneered, "It doesn't matter if you're not now, you'll be fine later." The old man's expression changed. With a face full of killing intent, he shouted, "Junior, you're courting death." He clapped his hands together, and a powerful palm force turned into a seal that covered the area. It actually suppressed the lightning. "Eh?" Yunxiao was surprised for a moment. Then he smiled and said, "You really have some skills. No wonder you dared to rob me." He pointed his left hand in the air and pulled out the Alai Xuanzong. He grabbed the handle of the axe and threw it down. Bang! As the battle axe chopped down, it directly crushed the void and broke the old man's palm force. Then, the lightning in the sky came crashing down with a destructive force. Bang! 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 The power of thunder and lightning fell in all directions, exploding the old man's heart. The chill that came from the bottom of his heart made him turn around and want to escape. But an unparalleled force came from behind and pierced through it. It was Yunxiao's second strike. Bang! In his panic, the old man couldn't escape and was directly cut in half by the battle axe, falling down into a few low-level demons. Yunxiao casually reached out his hand again and took the stupa painting back. This kind of robbery kept happening within thousands of miles of the Buddha corridor. Many demons who did not have a Buddha map lost their lives inexplicably. The Buddha corridor was a continuous mountain range. It was also the place with the highest production of Qilin demon bones. It happened to be in a straight line of the mountain range, so it was called the Buddha corridor. The core region was a bottomless abyss. Large amounts of demonic qi rolled out like a demonic sea, like a volcano. Yunxiao soon came to the core area according to the direction of the golden arrow, and found that a large number of devils had gathered there. After killing the old man along the way, he encountered a few more blind people and killed them all. Since there was only one Buddha's portrait, he let Xiaohong return to the Divine Realm tablet to avoid trouble. Xiaohong had a large number of top-grade devil essence stones on her, so she didn't have to worry about not having enough devil qi to cultivate. There were people coming over from all directions of the demonic sea, so his arrival did not attract much attention. However, those who were observant could not help but glance at him a few more times, and a few of them even frowned. Although Yunxiao was covered in a black robe and his face could not be seen clearly, his aura was too unfamiliar, and even with a sweep of divine sense, no one could see anything about him, giving him an unfathomable feeling. While they were observing him, Yunxiao was also observing the people in the field one by one. When his divine sense swept past them, he couldn't help but be surprised. On the other side of the Devil Sea, there was a small floating mountain. It was half an mu in size, and there were 3 old men seated on top of it. All of them had their eyes closed as they meditated. That mountain peak was obviously a flying profound level weapon, which was extremely rare in the devil world where profound level weapons were scarce. Moreover, there were more than 30 powerful devils guarding it. Xianxia had seen the 3 old men before. They were experts from the Saint Devil family of the ice region who had quarreled with them in the Tiandang Mountains, and they were Yi, Qing, and Yun. Not only Xianxia, but all the demons who saw the 3 old men had their faces changed, and their faces were filled with deep fear. Even the forces in Yuan County stayed far away from them, unwilling to be with the 3 elders. This is troublesome. I actually encountered these 3 old farts. Xianxia remembered that Yi was a true demon supreme, and the other 2 were probably at the peak of the demon monarch realm. Now that they had appeared here, it would be a little troublesome if they wanted to get the demon bone of Hulin, which was a demon supreme. Moreover, these 3 people all knew him, but they were currently resting with their eyes closed and didn't pay attention to their surroundings. If he was recognized, it would most likely be another fierce battle. Although he was covered in a black robe, it was mostly useless against demon lords. Even peak demon lords could easily discover his true appearance. Soon, a group of familiar people came over. It was the people from the flight division. Li Yi and Fei were almost riding side by side, and if one looked closely, Li Yi seemed to be flying slightly ahead. A large number of demons followed behind them, including Yao. Later, other tribes from Yuan County came, including the Hahuan tribe. These 2 tribes also had a large number of subordinates, including the furnace and mountain that Xianxia had seen before. When the big shots of Yuan County looked at each other, their eyes were cold and filled with hostility. However, when they saw the small mountain peak and the 3 people on it, their expressions changed drastically. They seemed to have lost their initial calm and seemed to find it difficult to remain calm. The 3 divisions seemed to be closer to each other. Then, he walked past the referee and brought 1 or 2 of the tribe's powerhouses forward. They walked up to Li Yi and bowed. Li Yi waved his hand in a carefree manner with an impatient look on his face. His eyes were darting around as if he was looking for something. In everyone's eyes, he looked like a second-rate ruffian with nothing to do. This made the big shots sigh, but they didn't dare to show it. They could only smile awkwardly and return to their own tribes. Not long after, Wei Qing also arrived. He was also wearing a black robe and flying in an extremely low-key manner, as if he was afraid of attracting the attention of others. However, Xianxia immediately recognized him with a sweep of his divine sense. After smiling, he left the place and slowly walked forward. "Lord Wei Qing, how have you been?" After approaching him, Xianxia sent a voice transmission to him. "Li Xianxia." Wei Qing's heart trembled, and he couldn't describe what he was feeling. He only grunted and said, "I can't believe you didn't die after being sucked into that whirlpool." Xianxia smiled. "Same to you. I didn't expect you and Lord Nie to reach Yuan County alive. Surprised me as well. Where's Lord Nie? Could it be in your bottle?" "Yes." Wei Qing snorted. "There's only one Buddha's portrait, so I have no choice." "Where's Xiaohong?" "That's true," Xianxia said with a smile. "One map is not enough to share. I heard that you stole a Qilin demon bone and 70,000 top-grade devil elemental stones from the Purple Sky Silk?" Wei Qing asked. "What?" Xianxia was embarrassed. "Don't believe that nonsense. My friend robbed it, and something happened to him, so it's in my hands now." "Something happened?" Wei Qing sneered. "You're the one who caused him to be in trouble, right?" "Xianxia." "He." Wei Qing said, "This time, the Buddha corridor will depend on the individual's luck. However, you and I are unfamiliar with this place, and we are also considered foreign races. I think we need to unite and take care of each other." "I think so." Xianxia nodded and said, "I think so too." He was secretly happy. The 3 big shots on the mountain peak all recognized him, and one of them was a real demon commander. It would be dangerous if they fought. It was rare for Wei Qing to propose unity with such sincerity. How could Wei Qing know what he was thinking? If he knew that he had enmity with the demon commander and the 2 peak demon lords, he would probably turn around and leave without a word. If that's the case, Then we'd better make a heart-to-heart oath to help each other in the Buddha corridor. We'll never abandon or plot against each other. We'll work together to deal with the difficulties, he said cautiously. Yunxiao thought for a moment, then smiled and said, "All right," he said. The two of them secretly made a heart's vow. They both heaved a sigh of relief and laughed. One had to know that the two of them were both heroes of the world. If they were to be on guard against each other, it would consume too much energy. After all, they were both very afraid of each other. Now that they had come to an agreement to join forces, at least they didn't need to be wary of their own backs. On the contrary, they had become a big backer, and they felt much more relaxed. "Li Yunxiao," Wei Qing said, "do you have any news or opinions about this Buddha corridor?" "I don't have any information," Yunxiao said with a smile. "As for my opinion, I think it's just a dangerous place, and it all depends on strength and luck. However, if you and I join forces, as long as no one else attacks, we should be fine." Wei Qing nodded and said, "But you've offended the people from the flight department. I'm afraid you'll be in trouble." However, he didn't need to be afraid. "Do you know what's going on with that Li Yi?" Yunxiao was also confused and felt a little dizzy. "That's what I wanted to ask you, my lord. Wasn't Li Yi always under the Lord's command? How did you become a great demon respected by the demon race?" This buy-in, Wei Qing was also baffled. Over the past few days in Yuan County, he and the judge had gone to many places to search for the stupa, so naturally, they would not let go of the flying division. When they discovered Li Yi's existence, their reaction was the same as Yunxiao's, and they were immediately dumbfounded. Similarly, due to his momentary daze, he was discovered by the two saint emissaries beside Li Yi. After a round of fighting, they fled. The referee's voice suddenly rang out. "That kid's luck is indeed a little strange. I'm afraid it's a big foreshadowing under the heavenly Tao, and it's gradually showing now." A great foreshadowing? Yunxiao had also heard the judge's voice transmission, and he was quite puzzled. "What do you mean by that, Mr. Ko? Can you explain it?" "Some experts have heaven-defying strength and are not tolerated by the heavenly Tao, or rather, they are hated by the heavenly Tao," he said. Therefore, he would think of ways to avoid the heavenly Tao's investigation and set up a foreshadowing for himself. And this person was very likely to be a foreshadowing left behind by some great figure, which was now obvious. If that's the case, we'll be in big trouble. What kind of trouble? The two of them were a little confused and asked in unison. "If it's really as I've guessed," Shang said. "Now that the foreshadowing has appeared, it proves that the powerful existence can already ignore the rules of the heavenly Tao." The two of them were still a little confused. Yunxiao asked, "Is this good or bad for the realm of heavenly martial arts?" Shang chuckled. "You can't lump things together. If that person is hostile to the realm of heavenly martial arts, then he's a bad person. If he's not, then it's probably good." Yunxiao's heart sank as he suddenly thought of something. "If that's the case, I'm afraid we're in big trouble." He immediately told Li Yi about the Arceus region, including the information that the 7 Demon Lord regions were under the control of the Arceus region. Li Yi had come from the Arceus region. These words were of great importance, and Wei Qing's expression changed slightly when he heard them. He laughed. "In this case, that big shot is full of hatred for the realm of heavenly martial arts. I'm really curious, what kind of person is controlling the current devil world from behind the scenes?" "It seems that this matter has to be investigated," Yunxiao said in a deep voice. "Li Yi is also a person with no integrity, and I'm afraid he doesn't have any feelings for the realm of heaven martial arts. Otherwise, I could have made use of him." Wei Qing sneered. "You still want to count on him?" He had to think of a way. "Or maybe I can find the leaders of Yuan County in the Buddha corridor and ask them?" "That's right." Yunxiao nodded and said, "I was thinking the same thing." The two of them got together without a plan, and then they discussed some details of cooperation. All of a sudden, the demonic sea, which was originally considered normal, began to surge with huge waves. It was like a vortex that suddenly rose and was destroyed in an instant. Then, the waves rose to the sky and slapped in all directions. Some of the weaker demons who were standing at the side were directly swept in without any warning, screaming in pain. Yunxiao and Wei Qing also leaped tens of thousands of feet away to avoid being hit by the waves. There were also some devils who were hit by the waves, but they weren't swept away. Instead, they were directly degraded, and they even let out shrill cries. It was a terrible sight. It's about to open. Some of the more experienced experts opened their eyes, which were filled with bright light. Suddenly, a hearty voice was heard. "Ha! I finally made it in time. I almost missed the big thing." The sky rumbled and a black cloud shot over. After rolling a few times, a man's figure appeared above the Devil Sea. The man was tall and sturdy, and his beard covered half of his fierce-looking face. His cold eagle eyes looked down, and he carried a huge broadsword on his back, which was very eye-catching. At this moment, a huge water pillar suddenly rolled up from the demonic sea below and shot towards the man like a spear. Some of the powerful demons were shocked, because they all saw the attack clearly. It was not a water column at all, but a black tentacle, fast as lightning and powerful as a bamboo. Yunxiao was slightly surprised as well. Is there some monster in this demonic sea? He also took a few more glances at the man. From the aura he was emitting, it was very likely that he was a demon commander. His thoughts were also confirmed by the three of them. The three of them had their eyes closed the entire time, but they only opened them when this man appeared, and they all wore expressions of fear. Many people around him exclaimed, "It's the Shang Emperor!" He seemed to recognize the large sword on his back and was very afraid of this person, so he didn't dare to speak loudly. "Hehe, you're not being honest again?" The Shang King's eyes flickered. He raised his hand and a demonic light pressed down. With a bang, it hit the tentacle and sent it back into the demonic sea, causing huge waves. However, the sea soon calmed down. Although the waves were still turbulent, there were no more attacks. The Shang King smiled. "You're really a bastard. You'll only be honest if you get beaten up." "Humph, Shang Emperor. I didn't expect you to still be in the ice domain." On the mountain peak, the referee finally spoke. The moment he spoke, everyone on the mountain peaks near the demonic sea fell silent. This was because the two people in front of him were the strongest in the entire ice region and were the only two demon supreme powerhouses left. The Shang King smiled. "You old fogey, why can't I be here? It's just that I've been painstakingly researching a certain divine ability over the years, but it's never appeared. You're also here for the sacred ice jade, right?" Ji snorted. The Shang King nodded and said, "Other than the sacred ice jade, what else could attract me?" The demonic sea in the Buddha corridor seemed to be affected by the sacred ice jade and would not produce any demonic armor jade. Otherwise, he could try to find it. "But I'm curious. Doesn't your Shengma family have a piece of sacred ice jade?" The referee's expression changed drastically as he snorted angrily. "What does it have to do with you? Can't I get two more?" "Hehe, yes, of course you can." Shang Jun smiled and said, "But Brother Ji, you've had the sacred ice jade for so many years, but your cultivation hasn't increased. Even the two idiots beside me haven't improved at all." Qing and Shang were enraged, and the judge's face was also filled with anger and killing intent, as if he was about to attack. The Shang Emperor laughed. "Please don't do anything. Our personal grudges are small, but don't delay everyone's entry into the demonic sea. Moreover, even if the three of you attack, you won't be able to do anything to me. All right? I'll settle the score with you after we get out of the demonic sea," Jihan replied. After he finished speaking, he controlled the mountain and started to spin rapidly, wanting to head into the demonic sea. The Shang King suddenly stretched out his hand and shouted, "Hold on." Ji frowned and stopped. She said unhappily, "Where did you get all this? Ugly people do many strange things. I came in a hurry this time and didn't bring any stupa paintings with me. Do you have any extra, Lord Ji?" The Shang Emperor chuckled. "An extra stupa painting? Hehe, of course there is." Ji laughed. He extended his hand towards a demon lord beside him. The demonic monarch's expression changed drastically, but he did not dare to disobey. He hurriedly took out the stupa painting and handed it over with both hands. However, his eyes turned dark and filled with resentment. Ji took the stupa painting and waved it in her hand. She smiled and said, "Is this what my lord wants?" "Yes, yes. Although I'm not afraid of the dangers in the demonic sea with my abilities, it's better to avoid as much trouble as possible," the Shang Emperor said with a smile. Ji laughed and suddenly clapped her hands. With a bang, she crushed the stupa painting into powder and scattered it into the air. "Ha ha ha, I have a lot of stupa diagrams, but I won't give them to you even if I tear them apart for fun. Ha ha ha, this is great." Ji laughed out loud. Looking at the stiff smile on Shang Jun's face, she felt refreshed and happy. The Shang King put down his hand and his smile turned cold. "Brother Ji is indeed forthright. If you have the ability, then tear off your own head. This one truly admires you." Ji chuckled a few times and stared at the Shang King teasingly. Then, she drove the mountain into the demonic sea. With a loud splash, she disappeared from everyone's sight. There were about a dozen people who had followed the three brothers into the demonic sea. There were still about 20 people who had remained in the demonic sea because they did not have the Buddha portraits. The one who had the map had lost it. He could only stand on the cliff gloomily, his face ashen. The rest of the major forces with stupa paintings were also getting restless and started to approach the demonic sea. "Everyone, wait!" The Shang Emperor blocked him once more. Everyone was stunned, but of course they all stopped in their tracks. Who asked him to be the demon commander? No one dared to disobey. Even Li Yi's eyes were cold. Although he was displeased, he held it in. Although he had a noble status, if the other party was powerful and he didn't care about it, he would still suffer a great loss if he offended him. The Shang King chuckled and suddenly, he dashed towards the cliff. Their target was the Xingma family, the 20 or so people left behind after Yi and the others left. "My lord, what are you doing?" The demons instantly felt the shadow of death approaching. As soon as they made a sound, they were pierced by the 10,000 swords and exploded on the spot. "Ah!" All kinds of screams rose and fell, but in the blink of an eye, those 20-some demons had all disappeared. This included the demon lord who was unlucky enough to not follow them in. He had also turned into the purest demonic chi. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, instantly feeling the terror of that terrifying sword chi. Under the threat of the sword, the crowd could not help but move back a lot. "Hee, don't be afraid." The Shang Emperor squinted his eyes at the crowd and smiled. "Everyone saw it just now. It was that old monster, Cruel, who offended me first. I killed a few of his men. It's not a big deal to get back some interest, right?" He looked around, and everyone was shaking their heads desperately. Someone even said, "It's nothing, it's nothing. It's what I should do, it's what I should do." Hee, that's good." The Shang Emperor then returned to the demonic sea and said, "I said just now that I forgot to look for the stupa, but it doesn't matter, there are a lot of them here. I'm sure many people have it. Whoever offers a piece to me can go down." The entire demonic sea instantly fell silent. No one could contribute themselves, so they all looked at each other and counted on others. The Shang Emperor crossed his arms and smiled. "If there's no one else, then don't go in." "I can't go in, so don't go in either." Everyone was speechless. They had never seen such a shameless person. But no one dared to make a sound. Suddenly, Li Yi walked out and cupped his fists. "My friend, I still have more stupa maps with me. I'm willing to give you one." Everyone turned around in shock. The people from the flying division were also stunned for a moment, but they immediately understood that Li Yi was most likely trying to rope this person in. Yun Xiao, on the other hand, was quite surprised. If Li Yi's backer was the holy demon, coupled with his arrogant and domineering personality, he would not be so courteous to the wise. "Oh!" The Shang Emperor raised his eyes and coldly glanced at him. "Who are you? Who the hell are you? You want to curry favor with me?" Li Yi was furious, but he suppressed his anger and sneered. "If you're not willing to, then forget it." After saying that, he turned around to leave. "Hold on." The Shang King suddenly chuckled, his eyes shining. "Since you have such good intentions, I will accept it. Hand it over." Li Yi thought for a moment, then looked at Yao and said, "Take out your picture." Yao's expression changed drastically, and she felt pain in her heart. She shook her head repeatedly and took a few steps back. She was so eager to enter the Buddha corridor just to be with the man in front of her. However, she had been trampled on time and time again. She even had the chance to be with him personally. Li Yi's face instantly darkened as he said coldly, "What? You want to disobey my order?" Fei's expression also changed slightly as he looked at Yao with a slightly reproachful gaze and shook his head. Yao's face turned pale. She bit her lip and took out a stupa painting. Her hands trembled as she handed it over. Li Yi took it without a hint of gratitude. Instead, he was annoyed at her for taking it too slowly. Yao's eyes dimmed. She only felt that her feet were floating and her mind was blank. She did not know where she was. Li Yi walked up and presented the map to Shang Jun with both hands. The two saint emissaries who were secretly protecting him did not dare to be careless. They both appeared and stood nervously on Li Yi's left and right. They also secretly circulated their essence force, ready to attack the moment the other party showed hostility. Hee. The Shang King glanced at the two emissaries and took out the stupa painting from Li Yi's hand. "Very good. What's your name?" "You can just call me E," Li Yi said with a smile. "E? All right. I'll remember this name." The Shang Emperor took the stupa and unfolded it in front of him. After taking a look, he turned around and entered the demonic sea. Only then did everyone heave a sigh of relief. After sending off the fiend, many people raised their hands to wipe the sweat off their foreheads. At this moment, Fei had already asked for the stupa painting from another demon lord and gave it to Yao. Only then did Yao's expression turn slightly better, but it was no longer as bright as before. She no longer dared to have any unrealistic fantasies about Li Yi. In the devil realm, strength was king, even among dual cultivation partners. Without strength, there was no dignity. Not to mention that the other party didn't treat him as a dual cultivation partner, but only as a human cauldron. Everyone began to enter the demonic sea one after another. Many of them who did not have Buddha's portraits also made a move at the last minute and began to snatch other people's portraits. Suddenly, the Devil Sea went out of control and the scene became chaotic. A large number of people attacked those who had the map. However, no one knew who had the plan, and it suddenly became chaotic, killing each other fiercely. No one dared to provoke those powerful forces, such as the ones in Yuan County and some big shots from other counties. They had also entered the Devil Sea one after another. "Let's go," Yunxiao said. As soon as the two of them moved, a demon lord suddenly charged out of the void. The saber in his hand flashed and he slashed at Wei Qing's head. Yunxiao snorted coldly as he raised his hand and slapped it on the back of the saber. The force in his palm exploded with a bang. The demonic monarch's treasured saber flew out of his hand. He immediately knew that he had kicked an iron plate and wanted to escape in great shock. However, Wei Qing's figure moved. The moment the treasured saber left his hand, he attacked. His fist pierced through the demon lord's chest, and his entire body exploded. The two of them walked towards the Devil Sea unhurriedly. Along the way, there were a few insensible ones who rushed up, but they were also killed by the two of them, which frightened many devils. When the surrounding obstacles were cleared, the two of them jumped and fell into the endless demonic sea. Afterward, the surroundings turned dark. The demonic energy kept hitting his body and entering his pores. Every breath was like meditating for half an incense's time. It was a cultivation heaven. Yunxiao and Wei Qing were still vigilantly looking around, not daring to relax. Because they had clearly seen monsters attacking the Shang Emperor, this place was naturally extremely dangerous. However, they had been sinking for a long time and did not see anything dangerous. They could not help but feel strange. This is a Kasaya. Soon, the two of them reached the bottom of the demonic sea. Under their feet were very neatly laid bricks. A palace! The two of them were shocked at the same time and couldn't help but look around. They found that the palace was vast and boundless. There was a wide corridor in front of them, and they couldn't see the end. There's nothing to be surprised about. This is a Saint Devil Hall that has been passed down from the ancient times, and its internal structure is extremely profound. Without the Buddha stupa, Unless one has the strength of a demon lord, one can only resign themselves to fate. Xiang laughed, his voice filled with joy. Follow my instructions. I will take you directly to the main palace. At this moment, there were also many demonic lights flashing in front of them. They were the demons who had fallen from the demonic sea. They landed in different places in the hall. However, after they landed, they disappeared in a flash of light. That's Ingluo. Suddenly, Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he saw a devil's corpse on the ground, lying on the side of the road. Its whole body had rotted, and its face was so rotten that it could not be seen. Wei Qing was also shocked. Why is there a corpse? Don't they all degrade directly? Hee, because this is the Buddha corridor. If it's directly degraded, where would we get the bone? The demons that die here don't decompose, he explained. They exist in a very complicated state and eventually turn into demon bones. Looking at the zombie, Yunxiao suddenly felt nauseated when he thought of what he was looking for to absorb. The two of them continued forward. They saw many of these zombies along the way, but they were still young and no one wanted them even if they died on the ground. Wei Qing seemed to be indifferent and had been expressionless the whole time. Suddenly, a black light flickered in front of them. The two of them immediately stopped and became vigilant. The black light did not attack them. Instead, it swept down about 300 feet in front of them. It was actually a tentacle, and it swept away the corpse of a magical beast. The tentacle was the one that the Shang Emperor had slapped down on the demonic sea. Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he stared at the spot where the tentacle had disappeared. He sensed that there seemed to be a great demon wriggling slowly in the void, chewing something. Yunxiao could not help but swallow and ask, Lord Mao, what's up with that tentacle monster? The referee was a little hesitant, and after a moment of silence, he said, I can't explain it clearly. This kind of place often produced some random monsters, which was normal. Even if there weren't any tentacle monsters, there would still be other kinds of existences. Just calm down. Yunxiao was speechless for a while, and the two of them continued running forward. According to the referee, the higher the grade of the demon bone, the more likely it would appear near the main hall. As for the main hall, there were very few people. Back when he was still the demon lord, he had come here once to look for the Saint Ice Jade in hopes of breaking through to the Saint Demon realm. However, he had still failed. However, he had also obtained 2 Demon Supreme level demon bones which had improved his strength by a lot. The two of them ran for about half an incense's time before they reached the end of the corridor. There was a huge square in front of them, but it was empty. However, there were many scattered corpses of demons lying on the ground, which had rotted for many years. Yunxiao glanced at them thoughtfully, then suddenly asked, Since we can avoid most of the dangers with the Buddha's picture, how did these people die here? Wei Qing said, It's most likely killing each other. If there is a Demon Supreme level transforming Qilin demon bone, you and I will also take action to snatch it. Yunxiao thought for a moment, and it was true. The square was tens of thousands of feet long, and there were corridors extending all around. If it wasn't for the experienced taxi driver, it would be easy to get lost. Eh? Suddenly, a surprised voice was heard. You two seem to know the way. The two immediately stopped. Because they ran too fast, they slid more than 10 zhang on the square before they stopped. The space in front of him shook slightly, and the figure of a demon appeared. The demon was tall and burly, with a big sword on his back. The Shang Emperor. Both of their expressions turned serious, and their gazes became somewhat grave. The three of them stood there quietly without making a sound. It was the Shang Emperor who broke the silence and said in a cold tone, Take off the black robe. The two of them remained motionless. Yunxiao laughed hideously and said, Why? You know that I'm the demon commander, yet you still dare to question why. The Shang Emperor felt that something was amiss and his eyes turned cold. He shot a cold light over, trying to see through the face under the black robe. I'm not questioning you, Yunxiao said. I'm just curious. The Shang King stepped forward and said coldly, You can't be curious. Yunxiao immediately felt a great pressure, and he did not want to fight him head-on. So he took a step back and said with a smile, Aren't you going too far? The Shang King chuckled. Good. I'm just bullying you. It's your fault for not having enough strength. Whoosh! Wei Qing suddenly took off his black robe and threw it away. Take it off. Don't be impulsive with him. Yun Xiao thought for a moment, then took off his black robe as well, revealing his delicate face and said with a smile, Are you satisfied now? The Shang King's pupils contracted, but he soon smiled and nodded. Not bad. Not bad. You guys can go over now. He seemed to really want to see what the two looked like. After saying that, he stepped to the side and made way. Yun Xiao and Wei Qing both nodded slightly, then continued to run forward. The two didn't ask much. Everyone had their own purpose. Since they were weaker and didn't want to cause trouble, they could only follow the rules of others. But, after only a few steps, Yun Xiao's body suddenly stopped, shook violently, and faded away. Then, a sharp sword chi pierced through his body and came out from his chest. The sword chi hit the ground with a bang and sparks flew. Wei Qing was also shocked and quickly backed away a few hundred feet. Then, he turned around and glared at the Shang King. The Shang Emperor extended one hand forward and closed two fingers together. The sword chi just now had really come from his fingertips. Yun Xiao, who had been pierced by the sword beam, immediately fell into a trance. In the next moment, Yun Xiao's true body emerged with a flash of demonic light more than 100 feet away. His face was extremely pale as he stared at the Shang Emperor with cold eyes and killing intent. Although the attack just now didn't kill him, he couldn't completely dodge it either, and his vital essence was injured by the sword chi. To be able to dodge my attack, you are indeed quite something. The Shang Emperor withdrew his hand and sneered as he stared at Yun Xiao with eyes full of killing intent. Why? Yun Xiao spat out the words coldly. His anger had not subsided, and he felt extremely aggrieved. Hee. Do I have to tell you why? The Shang King blinked his eyes and thought for a while before smiling. I'll tell you, so that you don't do things in a muddle-headed way. I've come to Yuan County to kill you, Li Yun Xiao. What? Yun Xiao was taken aback. You came here to kill me? His mind moved like lightning. Since the other party knew his name, it seemed that they had come prepared. I was entrusted by a good friend to come to Yuan County to kill you. The Shang King nodded and said with a smile. The person who can entrust you with this must be an extraordinary person, Yun Xiao said, and the price should be extremely high. The Shang King smiled. Not bad, you're smart. This lord's good friend is Mo Yuan. You should understand now, right? As for the price, you don't need to know. It's Yuan. Yun Xiao and Wei Qing were both taken aback, and completely different expressions appeared on their faces. Yun Xiao pondered for a moment, and then he came to a realization. Wei Qing, on the other hand, was very puzzled. He did not understand how Yuan knew their tracks. The Shang King laughed. I can't reject your reward, so you must die today. If you're willing to commit suicide, I can let your friend live. It was better for one person to live than for two people to die. And if you die here, you too will be directly absorbed by the other demons after hundreds of thousands of years. What's the point? The two of them had gloomy faces and didn't speak for a while. The atmosphere was cold and gloomy. I finally understand, Yun Xiao suddenly said. I understand. Understand what? The Shang King raised an eyebrow. The corners of Yun Xiao's mouth turned up slightly as he said coldly. I finally understand how the Devil Supreme level Qilin demon bone in the Buddha corridor came about. The Shang King's expression changed. He could hear the mockery in his voice and he said angrily, You're looking for death. He put his right hand behind his back, grabbed the sword, and pulled it out. As the sword chi rose, he slashed it down at Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao put his palms together, and 3 heads and 6 arms appeared behind him. Holding an axe in both hands, he slashed at the sword beam. Bang! The terrifying force sent Yun Xiao flying back hundreds of feet, but he still stood with the axe in his hand, his face a little pale. The Shang King's eyes widened and he exclaimed, Alai Xuanzong, you really do have the power of the demon master. Yuan didn't lie to me. As soon as his figure moved, he closed in. His sword momentum was wide open, and every slash was about to shatter the sky and earth. The power was very fierce. Yunxiao did not want to fight him head-on, so he tried his best to avoid the sword energy and was forced to meet it with his axe. The two fought for a while, and although the Shang Emperor had the upper hand, he could not hurt Yunxiao. How could that be? Your strength is so great. It seems to be much more powerful than what Yuan said, the Shang King said in surprise. Wei Qing was also shocked. When he was at Songshen Mountain, Yunxiao did not have such strength. This kid has improved a lot, Shang said. I'm afraid he's gotten a lot of opportunities in this period of time. Wei Qing's face sank slightly as a sense of frustration rose in his heart. His desire for the bone grew. As they had made an agreement before that they would go through thick and thin together, Wei Qing suddenly attacked after the Lord of Shang and Yunxiao fought for a few rounds. He gathered the demonic qi at the tip of his finger and drew a circle with one hand. He formed a seal and pointed it at the Shang Emperor. The Shang Emperor hurriedly slashed back with his sword, breaking the seal. But a black light flashed in front of his eyes, and in a daze, Yunxiao chopped down with the axe in both hands. Bang! The axe landed on the Shang Emperor's body and stopped. In the next moment, the Shang Emperor's figure became blurry and he gradually disappeared. The axe had only struck an afterimage, but the Shang King had already retreated a few feet, standing face to face with the two. The three of them were speechless and stood still. The Shang Emperor's face was filled with rage. He did not expect that not only Yunxiao would be difficult to take down, but even the man beside him seemed to be quite strong. All right, I'll let you live a little longer. Enraged, the Shang Emperor disappeared in a flash. You're leaving just like that? Yunxiao frowned. You're leaving? Wei Qing sneered. If we continue fighting, we won't know who will be the one killing who. These people were able to cultivate to the demon commander level not only because of their talent, but also because they had lived for a long time. And only the smart can live longer. Yunxiao fell into deep thought and said, I didn't think that Yuan would actually send someone to kill me. Could it be that she doesn't have confidence in the Tianhan City's agreement? At the thought of this, Yunxiao's eyes gleamed, and he suddenly felt relieved. The less confident the other party was, the more confident he was. Let's go. As long as the two of us work together, there's no one in the Saint Devil Hall who can deal with us. Wei Qing looked at him and said confidently. Yunxiao nodded, and the two of them continued to run toward the core hall. On the way, they encountered many other demons, all of whom consciously kept a distance from each other to avoid conflict. What? Yunxiao asked curiously. Why are these people going in the same direction as us? Could it be that they also know where the core hall is? The referee laughed. What a stupid question. The Buddha corridor has existed for countless years. Even I can remember the location of the main hall. How could the people of Yuan County not know about it? As they ran forward, there were passages and corridors everywhere, and they even passed by a few huge squares. If no one showed them the way, they would never find the main hall. Along the way, they also came across several more magnificent palaces, which were also located on both sides of the corridors. Yunxiao and Wei Qing could not help but feel curious, so they went in to explore. They did find some Qilin fiend bones, but their levels were not high enough. With the principle of robbing everything, Yunxiao collected all of them and threw them to Xiaohong in the Divine Realm tablet for absorption. An hour later, the corridor and the main hall were gone, and a forest appeared in front of them. The trees in the forest were all black, and the wandering demonic qi was like ink, spreading out, giving off a strange and evil aura. The referee was overjoyed. This is the forest. The main hall was inside, but everyone had to be careful. The forest was the easiest place to be ambushed, and those who could reach this place were all quite powerful. However, it is precisely because of this that the quality of the Qilin demon bones inside is very good. The two of them felt a slight chill in their hearts. The so-called good quality was precisely because the strength of those who could enter was quite high. After they died inside, they had been weathered for hundreds of thousands of years. If you're not happy, you can go home now. However, I'm going to enter. A flower bloomed on Wei Qing's shoulder. It looked exactly like and he was smiling hideously. As if he could sense what the two were thinking, He couldn't help but sneer. "Let's go," he said. Yunxiao's eyes flickered. "I'm afraid there's more than just the demon bone of transforming Qilin in here. I seem to sense many other good things." Surprise appeared on Yi's face as he nodded. "That's right. This forest can be considered a huge treasure vault. Quite a few people who entered the Devil's Sea specially came for it, because the main hall right at the center was seriously too dangerous. Even if he had the stupa, he might not be able to survive. All we need to do is to be careful of our fellow travelers." The two of them no longer hesitated. They stepped into the forest and continued to run forward. The referee explained a lot of things along the way. At the same time, he also reminded the two, there are countless treasures in the demonic sea. Even in this forest, it's possible to find a demon supreme's Hua Lin demon bone. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful demonic aura fluctuation suddenly came from not far away, causing the surrounding trees to rustle and the ground to tremble. "Someone's making a move," Shang chuckled. "They must have found something good. Do you want to go over and take a look?" "Good." Yunxiao pondered for a moment and said, "Maybe it's a Devil Supreme Grade Qilin bone." In a few flashes, he and Wei Qing had flown more than 10 miles away and saw a vacuum in front of them. The battle just now had raised the surrounding tens of thousands of feet to the ground. Both of them couldn't help but be surprised, because the space and elemental structure of the Devil Realm were much stronger than that of the heavenly martial arts realm. The vacuum of such a large area was probably caused by an extremely terrible energy explosion. When Yunxiao looked over, his heart suddenly jolted. He saw familiar faces, the three brothers from the Holy Demon World, and more than 10 demon monarchs. In contrast to them were more than a dozen people. Although there were no demon lords, there were 3 or 4 peak demon lords who were also from great clans in the ice region. However, these people were obviously at a disadvantage because there were 7 or 8 corpses lying around them who had been killed or injured in the battle just now. One of the demonic lords immediately launched a series of attacks on the 7 or 8 corpses, shattering them into pieces and dispersing them into demonic chi, so that they wouldn't turn into demonic bones for later generations to absorb. Ji laughed coldly. "You guys are destroying resources." However, the strength of those few people was limited, and they could not conjure up anything good. "As for you guys, if you die, you'll probably be good resources. I'll leave a mark on your graves, so that I can harvest you the next time I come." These 10 people were all shocked. One of them said angrily, "First come, first served. The people of our Shui County saw the demon bone first. Why should we give it to you? Isn't your Xingma family a little too overbearing? Don't tell me you think you can contend against the entire ice region. Of course I can't fight against Ice Domain, but I can fight against you guys. That's enough. Kill them all." He waved his hand and shouted. With these words, the 10 demons behind him, as well as Qing and Bai, charged at the demon lords. "You're too much. Even if I die, I won't give you the Qilin demon bone." All the demons in the Water County were furious. They all rushed over. Ji laughed coldly. "Us 3 brothers have left the ice region for so many years. As expected, no one remembers how terrifying we are. Now is a good time to let you all remember." He swept his cold gaze across the crowd and finally locked onto the person who had spoken earlier. His figure flickered and he turned into a demonic light as he rushed forward. In a breath, he appeared beside one of the demon lords. The next moment, he opened his fingers and stabbed them into the demon king's head, killing him. The battle between the two sides was extremely intense. The people of Water County seemed to know that they were going to die, so they all fought with their lives. However, due to the huge difference in strength, the more they killed, the fewer they died. Soon, a massacre was completed under the eyes of Yunxiao and the others. Moreover, the two of them sensed that there were many people hiding in the forest. They were observing the massacre, but no one dared to show themselves. Yunxiao and Wei Qing exchanged a glance, both surprised. The thing that he was so determined to protect, could it be the Demon Supreme's Hua Lin demon bone? As expected, after the slaughter ended, he grabbed a demon lord's corpse, clenched his fist, and exploded it with a bang. After the demonic chi dispersed, a dried branch-like object fell from the sky. He caught it and looked at it. He frowned slightly and put it away. Lord Kuei, is that the demon bone of a demon supreme? Wei Qing asked in a low voice. I only took a glance, but I'm sure it's him. It's just that it's too little and should be incomplete. Although it's worth a lot, it's not worth much compared to a complete one. No wonder that devil didn't look too happy, Wei Qing said. After such a large-scale and bitter battle, although it ended with a complete victory, the final gains were much worse than expected. The Holy See was naturally not in a good mood. He coldly looked around and shouted, all those who are peeking, get lost. His voice turned into a sound wave that spread out in all directions, destroying a large area of the forest. Let's go, the referee said. There's no need to argue with them over such a small piece of a demon supreme's bone. The two of them sneaked away and sensed that many people in the surroundings were also retreating. Even if it was a complete demon supreme state Qilin demon bone, they wouldn't dare to fight against the Saint Devil family head-on, let alone a small piece. The two of them immediately began to search the forest. Sure enough, they found many demon bones of transforming Qilin. They also encountered a few demon monarchs along the way, and everyone left in fear of each other. After all, there were plenty of resources in the forest. There was no need to get into a conflict over some low-level demon bones of the transforming Qilin. Because they had been searching all the way, they walked very slowly. After a few days, they finally reached the center of the forest. The trees there were as tall as ghosts, and a large hall could be vaguely seen behind them. The judge's expression suddenly became excited as he stared ahead. His eyes flickered with a demonic light and he was even a little excited. Lord Qi, Yunxiao suddenly asked, your goal should be the sacred ice jade, right? A trace of vigilance flashed through the referee's eyes as he nodded and said, naturally, ordinary demon supreme level Qilin demon bones are no longer useful to me, unless it's a demon supreme in the great circle of perfection or the demon eye jade. Demon jade. This was the first time Wei Qing had heard of this term, and he frowned. After the referee explained, Wei Qing finally understood and said in surprise, will there be Mo-Lin jade in this hall? He shook his head and said, I don't know. I don't think so. However, there was sacred ice jade, but over the countless years, only a few people had managed to obtain it. It also depends on luck. The two of them continued to move forward. Suddenly, Yi's expression changed. He directly transformed from Wei Qing's shoulder into a man's appearance and landed in front of a big tree in the distance. Yunxiao and Wei Qing were taken aback, but they quickly ran after him. They saw a huge Qilin demon bone in front of the big tree, and they could vaguely see that it was meditating. The powerful aura exuded by the Qilin demon bone was completely different from what he had seen before. Demon Lord? Yunxiao was shocked. Demon Lord? Yi nodded and sighed. It's such a pity. I'm not old enough. It would be great if we had another 100,000 years. Wei Qing's eyes were filled with excitement, and he couldn't help but want to hug her. But he held himself back and said, can't I absorb this Qilin demon bone? Of course it can, but the effect will be slightly worse. If Yunxiao absorbed it, the possibility of him breaking through to the fiend supremacy realm would be great. But if it's you, you might not be able to do it. Wei Qing's face flickered. He knew what the judge meant. He was saying that his strength was a little weaker than Yunxiao's. Although he was a little unhappy, what he said was true. Wei Qing took a step forward and put the Qilin fiend bone into the yin and yang air bottle, then said to Yunxiao, if you can find a better one, I'll give this to you. If you don't, then I'm sorry. Yunxiao had no opinion, which was rare. He smiled and said, that's good. Wei Qing was quite surprised. He did not expect Yunxiao to be so forthright. In fact, Yunxiao was only a wall away from the supreme demon realm at the moment. Even without the bone, it would not be long before he broke through to the supreme demon realm. Just as they were about to leave, their figures suddenly stopped. They felt a powerful aura pressing down on them, and they could not help but be startled. The Kuan also returned to Wei Qing's body in an instant, and the demon flower on his shoulder was also retracted. Then, dozens of figures descended from all directions and surrounded them in a fan-shaped formation. Arg! It's you guys! What? A shocked voice was heard. It was filled with fear, disbelief, shock, and other complicated emotions. Young Master Yi? Yunxiao looked over and smiled in surprise. So, it's young Master Yi. The people surrounding them were the cultivators from Yuan County. Not only were there people from the Flying Division, but there were also cultivators from Guahe and Ho, as well as those from the two divisions. The three tribes seemed to have reached some kind of agreement and were advancing and retreating together. Li Yi stood in front of him in a daze. His body was as stiff as a tree stump, and his expression was a mix of emotions. Young Master Yi, do you know these two? Fei Jing asked. Li Yi was in a daze and did not speak, as if he had fallen into a daze. It's him. When Yao saw Yunxiao, she suddenly cried out in surprise, her face filled with anger and hatred. Father, it's this person. He's the one who stole the purple sky ape Qilin demon bone. Her eyes turned red. If Yunxiao and Luo had not caused trouble and robbed her in the store, she would not have ended up in such a sorry state. Oh, that's really a new hatred and old hatred stacked on top of each other. Fei's expression turned cold, and the surrounding tribes immediately understood. Several demon lords directly circled behind them and surrounded the two. Old hatred is understandable. But what do you mean by new hatred? Yunxiao was surprised. Fei looked at the circular formation plate in his hand and said coldly, there was a powerful Qilin fiend bone here just now. You guys took it, right? What? Both Yunxiao and Wei Qing were taken aback, and their eyes fell on the round array disc in his hand. This thing can detect the Qilin demon bone? Wei Qing asked in disbelief. Fei flipped his hand and kept the round plate. He said coldly, I'm the one asking you, but looking at you guys, it's almost equivalent to admitting it. First, hand over the Demon Supreme Realm Qilin Demon Bone and Zi Tiangong's Qilin Demon Bone. Then, kneel at the side and wait for your punishment. We can't let him go. Yao's beautiful face was contorted and filled with hatred. She said coldly, I'm going to grind his bones and scatter his ashes. Fei nodded his head. In his eyes, these two people weren't worth fearing. He said, if that's the case, then there's no need to kneel. Kill these two. He waved his hand and ordered. The demons moved and were about to attack when Li Yi suddenly roared, all of you, stop! Immediately, no one dared to move and all stopped. Young Master Yi, do you know these two people? Fei was shocked and asked again. Yao's face was also filled with shock and a trace of fear. Li Yi did not answer, but his face turned pale as he coldly said, all of you, back off. Don't let anyone come over. I have something to say to these two. This buy-in. Fei was stunned for a moment, but he did not dare to object. He nodded and said, young Master Yi, be careful. With a wave of his hand, he ordered the people of Yuan County to retreat and stand guard hundreds of feet away, leaving only Li Yi and the two saint messengers. The two of you can leave as well. Li Yi turned his face slightly. The two saint emissaries were shocked, and one of them said, young master, stand down. Li Yi shouted. The other person said in a deep voice, the two of us were ordered to protect the young master, and the request was to not leave his side at all. This is really awkward. Li Yi cut him off and said coldly, you've been ordered to follow my orders and listen to my orders. If you don't retreat, I'll order you to die. The two's expressions suddenly changed. They exchanged a look and compromised. Then be careful, young master. After he finished speaking, he leaped away and disappeared from Li Yi's side. What? Yunxiao laughed in surprise. Aren't you afraid that we'll beat you up when you talk to us so boldly? Li Yi's face turned pale, and hatred flashed in his eyes. He groaned. Please set up a barrier to prevent us from being eavesdropped on. Both Yunxiao and Wei Qing found it strange, but seeing his cautious look, they did as he said. Yunxiao raised his hand, and a purple thunderbolt spread out in his palm, forming a thunder world. Then he pointed with his right hand, and 36 swords flew out, stabbing into the ground around him. Wei Qing also took out a few array flags and scattered them in all directions. After everything was done, Wei Qing said, it's done. Li Yi nodded. but a look of fear suddenly appeared on his face. "Milords, please save me." "What?" Both of them were taken aback. Xianxia asked curiously, "Aren't you doing very well and being extremely carefree?" Li Yi was on the verge of tears as he sobbed. "I'm really dead this time, ever since I entered the devil world." He began to explain in detail. It turned out that after he fell from the crack in Red Moon City, he had been guided by a force, leading him to a place. The strange thing was that they seemed to be protected along the way and did not encounter any danger. After several months of trekking, they finally arrived at their destination, which was a magnificent palace. "Saint Devil Hall?" Xianxia interrupted him. Li Yi was stunned for a moment before he nodded and said, "That's the Saint Devil's Palace. I didn't know about this before, but after I entered the Devil Sea and saw the magnificence of this palace, I finally understood that this palace should be the Saint Devil Hall." "Then?" Wei Qing asked. Li Yi's face began to show fear, and he said with a crying face, "Then, I saw a person, or rather, it was just a shadow. I didn't even see his face clearly. He looked at me and said a few words, Ingluo. You're too weak, Ingluo. But this can't be helped, Zhenjin. You are one of my 6 great avatars. I will do everything in my power to increase your strength and break through to the Demon Lord realm as soon as possible. After reaching the Demon Lord realm, I can return to my main body. When the time comes, I will be you and you will be me." Both Xianxia and Wei Qing listened quietly. They did not show it on their faces, but they were extremely shocked in their hearts. "What happened after that?" Wei Qing asked in a deep voice. Li Yi's eyes dimmed as he said, "After that, that person began to give orders to search for all sorts of ways to increase my strength. He even sent 2 saint emissaries to protect me. This time, I came to the Buddha corridor to improve my strength." "Isn't that good?" Xianxia laughed. "Isn't that good? A good thing that ordinary people can't even dream of has fallen into your hands." Li Yi's body trembled as he sobbed. "It's good to increase my strength, but it's not as good as returning to my original body." His body trembled violently, and he said in a trembling voice, "Isn't that the same as eating me up?" Wei Qing nodded. "I don't think so. According to him, you're one of his clones. You've only returned to your original body. Perhaps they're like the Demon Master," Xianxia said. "They have split into several clones, each with their own opinions and disobedience. If he swallows you, your memory and body will belong to him. You won't die, but you'll become a part of him." Li Yi could not hold back the fear in his heart and cried, "I don't want to be a part of him. My lords, please save me. Now only the 2 of you can save me." Both Xianxia and Wei Qing fell silent. Whether they saved Li Yi or not was a small matter. His life and death did not matter to the 2 of them. Most importantly, if the sacred demon Tao Wu was allowed to recover its true body, it would be a great threat to the heavenly martial arts realm. "The place you went to," Xianxia said with a frown, "is it called the Ancient Realm?" "That's right. That's the Arceus region." "Lord Cloud Sky, you know about the Arceus region?" Li Yi was instantly overjoyed. "Where are the other 5 clones of that man? Do you know?" Li Yi shook his head. "I don't know. I don't know much. He didn't say anything. He only knows that I'm just a clone, and I need to quickly increase my strength before being swallowed by him." The thought of his own fate made Li Yi feel terrible, and he cried again. "What should we do?" Xianxia looked at Wei Qing and asked, "You're asking me?" Wei Qing shrugged and smiled. "Who am I supposed to ask?" That person was most likely an expert at the holy demon level. He might even be more powerful than an ordinary holy demon. "Don't tell me you're going to die?" "He hasn't devoured Li yet," Xianxia said thoughtfully. "He might not be that strong. When he does, it'll be even more difficult to destroy him. This person should be the Demon Lord of the Arceus region. The 8 demon venerate regions in the center are all under his control. He seems to be the one behind the demonic war. Even if that's the case, this isn't something you and I can solve. The best way is to find a way to overcome the realm power, and then have all the strong cultivators of the realm of heavenly martial arts come over, and go to the ancient realm together to kill that man." How can it be so easy to overcome the power of the world? No. Xianxia shook his head and said, the only feasible way now is to refine those world-devouring demons, or make an armor like Lu Zongzi's. However, none of this can be done in the short term. Wei Qing sighed. That's why this matter can't be rushed. There's another way to solve this problem. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he stared at Li Yi and said coldly, you're right. It's to kill Li Yi. That way, that person won't be able to gather 6 clones. Li Yi was shocked and quickly backed away. He said angrily, you can't kill me. As long as I die, that person will definitely fly through the air to kill you all. Wei Qing snorted coldly and said, that's true. If Li Yi were to die, that person would definitely sense it. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for us to escape in the devil realm. Xianxia nodded, then gave Li Yi a sidelong glance and said with a hideous smile, I'll think about it later. Let's capture him first and suppress him in the Divine Realm Tablet. The Divine Realm Tablet is suppressed by the realm power of the Heavenly Martial Realm, so that person can't sense it. It's a good idea indeed. Wei Qing's eyes curved and he said happily. Li Yi was furious. If you capture me, he roared, these people from Yuan County and the Saint will fight you to the death. Just as he was about to struggle, he found that 2 extremely powerful forces had directly suppressed him, making him unable to move at all. He was frightened and wanted to shout for help, but the surroundings were all sealed, and no one could hear him no matter how he shouted. Follow me, Xianxia said with a sneer. You might be able to survive. If you stay in the ancient realm, you will die without a doubt. The sky was filled with thunder and lightning as his palm fell, locking Li Yi's body and dragging him into the Divine Realm Tablet. Even if we don't kill him, we can still cripple his cultivation. Even if that devil head gets his hands on him, he'll be useless, Wei Qing said. Let's talk about it when we return to the Heavenly Martial Realm, Xianxia said. If he were to make a move on Li Yi now, he was afraid that he would sense it. How are we going to explain this to the people in Yuan County? Do I need an explanation? If they don't accept it, then just let them. Wei Qing laughed coldly, his face full of disdain. Don't underestimate these experts from Yuan County, Xianxia said. If the patriarchs of the 3 tribes make a move, you and I might not be able to get away. There are also 2 divine emissaries and the other demons. Don't forget we still have Sir Hu. Besides, I still have a lot of killing weapons in my bottle. Xianxia frowned. Although those things of yours are powerful, they are not necessarily not forces in the war of the 2 worlds. Try to avoid their conflict as much as possible. Once you and I remove the barrier, we'll rush to the central hall as fast as we can. All right, he said. Wei Qing responded and began to put away the small flags that had been sent out in all directions. Xianxia also withdrew all his swords, and the lightning barrier that filled the sky also collapsed into purple light spots and disappeared in a flash. The 2 of them instantly turned into demonic light and rushed toward the central hall. The people from Yuan County who were guarding outside were a little uneasy. They looked at the center from time to time. The 2 saint emissaries stood in the air, staring at them from afar without blinking. They were afraid that something would happen and they would not be able to explain themselves. It was only when the lightning barrier was broken and 2 streaks of black light shot up into the sky that everyone was shocked. One of them shouted, "Stay!" The thing they were most worried about still happened. The 2 divine emissaries' hearts tightened, and they immediately chased after it. The powerhouses from Yuan County at the periphery also reacted. They've captured young Master Yi. Go after him. The group of people immediately sprinted madly towards the few rays of light. But helplessly, the few people in front were too fast, and in the blink of an eye, they could not even see their tails. However, those who could enter the Buddha corridor were all strong. They followed the powerful magical wave and continued to move forward. Stop! You dare to kidnap young Master Yi, you're really courting death. Do you know young Master Yi's identity? The 2 saint emissaries shouted from behind. They were both shocked. The 2 people in front of them were definitely not ordinary people. With their strength, they had not been able to catch up after a long time. I know, Xianxia sneered. That's why I caught him. I advise you to stand still. If they catch up, we'll kill young Master E directly. Let's see how you're going to explain to the Devil Lord then. The two saint messengers were stunned and shivered. If that really happened, then the two of them would not need to live anymore. You dare. Stop. However, on second thought, if young Master E was kidnapped, they would still have no hope of survival. And since the other party was holding a hostage, they would most likely be cautious and not dare to really kill. After thinking it through, he knew that there was no way out, so he chased even more fiercely. A demon flower bloomed on Wei Qing's shoulder again and turned into a Kuan's head. He stared at the central main hall in front of him and said in a deep voice, "It's best if we can settle the trouble behind us before we enter the main palace. It's because it's easy to gather demons around the main palace, and they'll act as guards. If you're targeted by those things, you'll be in trouble. What should we do?" Wei Qing frowned. He looked at Yunxiao as if asking for his opinion. Since it's a guardian demonic creature, Yunxiao said, "It should attack indiscriminately. If we stop now, we'll be in real trouble. The two holy envoys seem to be more powerful than I expected. If they were to join forces with the people of Yuan County, it'll be difficult for us to fight them. Perhaps we can use the power of the guardians to deal with them now." The referee raised his brows and said, "It's a good idea, but the reality is bleak. If you're not careful, you might end up playing with fire." "Let's try," Yunxiao smiled and said. "There's no way out anyway." The two of them immediately increased their speed and rushed toward the hall. A magnificent palace immediately appeared in front of them. It was completely gray-white, and the walls were very intact. Only the cracks could be seen vaguely. It seemed ancient and mysterious, as if it had been carved for countless years. In front of the hall, a huge stone statue stood in the air. Its left hand was on the sword at its waist, and its right hand was in an incantation gesture. Its eyes were half closed and half open, and they were a chaotic color. "That's Xing Luo." "What?" Yunxiao was shocked. "Your demeanor is so vivid. No one knows who he is, but everyone is guessing that he should be the master of the Saint Devil Hall." "Most likely," Yunxiao said. "I think so." The ray of light landed directly in front of the statue. It only took a glance at it before it flew into the hall again. "Don't you dare leave." The two saint emissaries were in hot pursuit as they passed through the statue. The referee suddenly looked around and shouted, "Be careful!" A sharp demonic light shot out from the hall and shot straight at the two of them. The two of them naturally wouldn't be injured by this kind of attack, and they dodged in the air. The attack spun in the air as if it had a mind of its own and continued to shoot at the two saint messengers. One of them's face sank. He was already extremely depressed and angry. At this moment, all his emotions poured out into his palm, and he suddenly struck out. Bang! The black light was hit by the saint's palm and immediately exploded, turning into a cloud of demonic chi and disappearing. In an instant, hundreds of demonic lights shot out from the hall again, as if they were spat out by a big mouth, and sprinkled on the four people like rain. "What's going on?" Yunxiao waved his hand, and a warm light immediately lit up and spun around him. In the end, it turned into a shield and gently covered his body. The demonic light dissipated when it hit it, unable to break it. It was the astral light mirror he had obtained from the demon tribe. Wei Qing snorted coldly and raised his hand. The yin and yang qi bottle rose slowly, and everything within 100 feet became blurry. All the attacks were sucked into the bottle. On the other hand, the two saint emissaries were not weak, but they could only use their fists and palms in anger to shatter the demonic light that was like rain. Their bodies were in a mess. "Lord Holy Ambassadors, I'm here to help you. We're here too." The voices of Fei and the others came from behind, and all of them rushed over with killing intent. "Not good. Who touched the Great Hall's defensive formation?" Just as the people from Yuan County arrived one after another, the other cultivators from the ice region also arrived. When they saw the demonic light that filled the sky coming like rain, their expressions turned ugly. After that wave of demonic light shot out, the hall began to glow faintly. From time to time, demons of all shapes and sizes overflowed from inside. There were many kinds of demons, many of which no one had ever seen before, but from their auras, they were all very powerful. Yunxiao and Wei Qing put away the mirror and bottle, then turned around and stood somewhere in front of the Great Hall, watching the changes in the hall while keeping an eye on the people of Yuan County. As more and more people were gathering, even the tribes of Yuan County did not want to attract too much attention. So they quietly surrounded Yunxiao and Wei Qing and did not attack them immediately. The two saint messengers' expressions were very ugly. One of them said coldly, "Where's young Master Yi? What do you think if I say I'm dead?" Yunxiao chuckled. "What do you think?" Damn it! The saint couldn't hold back his anger anymore. He stood up and struck out with his palm. The waves of qi were like the ocean, and half of the sky rumbled as if it was collapsing. Yunxiao did not move, but twisted his waist and arm, clenched his 5 fingers, and all the demonic energy within hundreds of feet rushed toward him as he threw out a palm. Bang! As the 2 palms collided, a terrifying spiritual pressure spread out, causing the entire hall to tremble. Yunxiao could not help but take a few steps back before he could stabilize himself. The saint was sent flying, and when he landed, he was supported by his companions, who managed to dissipate the impact. The moment the 2 of them exchanged blows, the people around them were shocked, especially those from the flying division. Their expressions changed drastically. They had a rough idea of how strong the saint was. The man in front of him was even more powerful than the saint. Yao's face also turned pale. The hatred in her heart suddenly faded and was replaced by fear. "Kid, it's you." Suddenly, a cold and stern voice rang out. In the sky, a mountain peak turned and appeared in front of the hall. Ji sat proudly on the peak, looking extraordinary, but her eyes were filled with coldness as she stared at Yunxiao with killing intent. "It's the Xianxia family." A wave of exclamations rang out from below as everyone carefully retreated a little, maintaining a certain distance from the mountain peak. The flying division and the 2 saint emissaries were also shocked, not understanding how the Xianxia family knew this man. But Fei and the others had seen a lot of things after all. At this time, they retreated to the side obediently and watched the Xianxia family and Yunxiao quietly. Yunxiao cursed in his heart, but he still forced a smile and said, "What do you mean me? I've never met Darren before." "Darren? Did you recognize the wrong person?" "Humph, little brat. I can recognize you even if you turn into ashes. You are from the realm of heavenly martial arts. I didn't expect you to sneak into my devil realm." The judge's face turned cold, coldly staring at Shi Yan. He grinned evilly. "But since I've discovered you, don't even think about going back." "What? A person from the realm of heavenly martial arts?" Everyone looked at each other in shock, feeling that this was somewhat inconceivable. The 2 saint emissaries and the people from Yuan County were even more stunned. Wei Qing secretly sent a voice transmission. "What's going on? You have a grudge with this demon commander too?" "Yes," Yunxiao said. "We met once in the crack in the Tiandang Mountains, and there was a little friction." Wei Qing said angrily, "Why do you cause trouble everywhere you go? Why do you have enemies everywhere you go? Almost half of the people who have entered the Buddha Corridor's demonic sea want to kill you. You think I want to?" Yunxiao said gloomily. "How could I be so unlucky?" Wei Qing's face turned green with anger. According to the heart oath they had made before, the 2 of them had to go through difficulties together. Right now he was filled with regret. Yunxiao's expression did not change as he looked coldly at the referee. The mocking look in his eyes disappeared for a moment as he chuckled and said, "Is there? I did see some demon race people in the crack in the Tiandang Mountains. It's said that they're cowards who have been hiding in the crack for 100,000 years. When they finally found an opportunity and wanted to attack, they were beaten back. Could it be you, my lord?" Ji's face turned green with anger. For a moment, she was stunned. She didn't know whether she should admit it or not. She immediately froze. Qing snorted coldly, "Of course not us. We've been cultivating in seclusion in the ice region for more than 100,000 years and have never left. Why are we in the Tiandang Mountains?" "That's strange," Yunxiao said in surprise. "How did they know I was from the heavenly martial realm?" Qing was stunned for a moment, and then his face turned red. Cold sweat burst out on his forehead, and he didn't know how to explain. The referee reacted and said coldly, "Humph! We have eyes in the entire ice region, and any stranger who enters will be identified. You think you're being secretive, but we've been watching you for a long time." "Yes, that's right," Qing shouted. "That's why I said I can't let you guys live now. Kill these two." He jumped up from the peak and rushed over with a group of experts. His killing intent spread out and locked Yunxiao and Wei Qing. However, they stopped halfway through their flight, and a sense of danger spread in everyone's hearts. Not only them, but Yunxiao, Wei Qing, and all the other fiends' faces changed drastically. Because the demons that ran out of the hall seemed to be summoned by some kind of power, and their bodies were full of black gas. As the cold aura spread out, the eyes of the demons were as bright as gems, reflecting a sharp, cold light. "That's Ing Luo." Everyone was shocked. The eyes of these demons look like holy ice jade. How can there be so many sacred ice jades? This is just an illusion. It seems like there really is sacred ice jade in this hall. Along with a large number of frightened and excited voices, more people saw the opportunity, and their eyes were filled with wolf's light. Yunxiao was even more surprised. The aura exuded by those devils was indeed very similar to the cultivation technique of the Baiming family. Roar! Suddenly, a demonic beast let out a loud roar, as if a wolf king was summoning a pack of wolves. Following this order, the demonic beasts that filled the sky rushed towards the group, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Their aura was overbearing. Wei Qing couldn't help but curse. "I'm so unlucky to be with you. Now we're surrounded by enemies." "Ha ha!" Yunxiao laughed and said, "You can be reborn after being put in a dead place." With a flash, he turned into a bolt of lightning and escaped. Then, a devil bird attacked him, but he missed. Wei Qing only grumbled for a while, knowing that cursing wouldn't solve the problem. He could only restrain his mind and began to circle around these demons. The Xingma family and the people of Yuan County couldn't care about him anymore. They were surrounded by the demons. The entire front of the hall immediately fell into chaos. These transformed devils gave everyone a huge shock, and powerful demonic energy exploded in all directions. Many of the devils were cunning and didn't want to be cannon fodder in the front, so they immediately swarmed to the back. "No one is allowed to escape. Everyone, let's work together to kill the escapees." On the mountain peak, the referee's eyes were cold as he looked at the demon lords who were retreating. His face was covered with a layer of frost. However, the scene had already fallen into chaos, and many people had already fled several thousand feet away, so how could they be willing to return? Suddenly, a sword chi tore through the air from behind, and the demon lords at the very front immediately screamed to death. The fleeing demons immediately stopped, their faces pale as they looked ahead. "Hee, Brother Ji. Leave this matter of dealing with the deserters to me." A figure landed behind them. It was the Shang Emperor holding a huge sword in his hand. He looked at the demons that were running away. The demons felt a chill down their spines. They couldn't help but feel fear in their hearts. They could only turn back. "If you have the time, why don't you hurry up and kill the monsters?" Ji's face darkened. "There has to be someone to supervise." The Shang King laughed. His eyes swept over the battlefield in front of the Great Hall, and his gaze lingered on Yunxiao for a moment longer before he snorted. Both Yunxiao and Wei Qing were slightly surprised. The great enemy had not retreated, but another great enemy had come. If it weren't for the demons making the scene chaotic, the two of them would be in danger. "Everyone, let's put down our grudges and clear out these demonic creatures first," Ji shouted. "If someone wants to take advantage of you, don't blame me for being impolite." He flew a little higher to lure away the monsters that were chasing him. At the same time, he stood in a more suitable position and watched everyone. "I've never seen so many demons before," the Shang King said. "Could it be that something has changed? Brother Ji, your Xingma family should be the most familiar with the Buddha corridor. Could it be that there will be a sacred ice jade this time? Otherwise, how could it attract so many demons?" Everyone was pleasantly surprised upon hearing this. The judge's expression changed as he scanned the crowd in warning. He snorted coldly and said, "How should I know? Even if there really is a holy ice jade, it's not something that you small fries can touch. However, it's true that demons are abnormal, and I'm afraid that there's a large number of high-quality Qilin demon bones. Although you can forget about getting your hands on the sacred ice jade, you can still obtain quite a lot of Qilin demon bones." The crowd was not happy to hear this, but when they thought about the possibility of a sacred ice jade appearing, they were all unusually excited. The treasure had its own spirit master. Although the stronger one was, the higher the chance of obtaining it, nothing was absolute. Similarly, a large number of demon supreme experts had fallen in the stupa corridor. Otherwise, why would there be so many Hualin demon bones? That was why they did not take Yi's words seriously. Even if he was the demon commander, he could not possibly go against so many people. After killing a few demons in a row, Xianxia was surprised to find that all the dead demons had turned into demonic aura and were sucked into the hall again. The rest of the people were also facing the same situation. The people killed by the demonic creatures died on the spot, and after the demonic creatures died, they degraded into demonic chi and were absorbed back into the hall. What's going on? Everyone was shocked and confused. Chi said in a deep voice, "It's indeed a little strange. Originally, guardians would turn into corpses after they die. I'm afraid that something has changed in this hall. Is the sacred ice jade really going to be born?" Yunxiao's heart stirred as he remembered that the sacred ice jade was with him. And not only that, but the three rare treasures had been combined into one. He wondered if it was because of his arrival that the Buddha corridor had changed. After a series of battles, all the demonic creatures were killed, but not a single corpse was left. They were all transformed into demonic chi and absorbed by the hall. Everyone stared at the dark hall vigilantly. They didn't know what was inside and didn't dare to be the first to step forward. Even the judge had stopped. The mountain landed in front of the gate of the hall and watched quietly. "Brother Xi, your clan once obtained a sacred ice jade from there. In terms of understanding of the Buddha corridor, Brother Xi should be the first." The Lord of Shang flew over and stood on one side of the mountain. He glanced at Yunxiao and then looked into the hall. Although he had a mission to kill Yunxiao, he would not miss it if the sacred ice jade was really in front of him. Moreover, the value of the holy ice jade was so great that it was not any lower than the reward Yuan had given him. "That's something that happened tens of thousands of years ago," she said in a deep voice. "How could I still know? If there really was a sacred ice jade, it would be in this hall. Wouldn't the Shang Emperor go in and take a look himself? Could it be that your leg is injured?" "Hee, of course I'm not injured. However, I like to do things like bringing up the rear. For things like taking the lead, it's better to be Xianxia." The Shang Lord's gaze shifted as he raised his hand and pointed at a demon lord. "You should go." "What?" The demon lord was startled and retreated several steps. The demon lord seemed to be the tribe leader of a large force. He had two strong subordinates with him, and the three of them stared at the Shang Lord vigilantly and angrily. "I hope the three of you can take the lead and find out what's going on," the Shang King chuckled. "On what basis?" The demon lord flew into a rage and glared at him. "If I say I'll use my fists, would you be convinced?" The Shang King sneered. "Even if you're the demon lord, you might not be able to win in a short time against the three of us." The demon lord snorted. The Shang King looked up at the peak and chuckled. "Brother Xi, what do you think?" The judge nodded as well. He raised his eyes slightly and looked at the three of them. "The three of you can go." The three's faces changed greatly, and the demon lord in the lead said angrily, "Lady Xi, do you know that the Shang Emperor killed all the disciples of your family who were left behind on the demonic sea?" "What?" Xi Huqing, Bai He, and the others trembled in shock as they glared at the Shang Emperor. "Is that true?" the referee asked coldly. The demon lord had a smug look on his face as he teased. Everyone present saw it. Shang King can't deny it even if he wants to. The Shang King's face turned cold as he felt the hostility and coldness from the Shengma family. He touched his nose and said, "There's indeed such a thing, but those people are just small fries. Brother Ji, do you want to fall out with me at such a critical moment for the sake of those goons? You must know that there are experts everywhere, but I'm afraid that the only one who can keep Brother Ji in check is me. The coldness on Ji's face grew even more intense as she glared at the Shang King for a while before it gradually dissipated. She slowly said, "Let's discuss this matter after we leave the Devil's Sea. For now, let's resolve our current predicament." He pointed at the three and said, "You three go scout the way." "What? Or do you want us to scout the way? This is too much." The eyes of the three people were burning with anger, their eyes fierce and their faces twisted. They looked as if they wanted nothing more than to die. The referee did not mind and snorted coldly, "There's still a chance of survival, or even an opportunity, if you scout the path. If you don't explore the way, you will only die and become someone else's opportunity in hundreds of thousands of years. You should think about it." The three of them had no choice but to force themselves into the main hall. As they passed by, they glared at the Shang Emperor, as if to say that they had made an enemy. The Shang Emperor chuckled, not taking it to heart. The three of them gritted their teeth and rushed into the hall with monstrous demonic chi surging from their bodies. With a flash of black light, the three of them immediately disappeared from the hall. Not even a trace of their auras could be sensed. Everyone's expression changed slightly, and they waited quietly for the time for half an incense stick to burn. The Shang King was getting impatient. It seems like he won't be coming out anytime soon. I wonder if he's too lucky or if he died inside. It seems that no matter what the situation is, we have to go in and take a look ourselves. "Let's go," she said. Knowing that there would be no result if they waited any longer, the referee came down from the mountain peak and kept the mountain peak. He then led everyone into the hall. The Shang Emperor's eyelids twitched as he scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, he chuckled and said, "Everyone please." Many of the other demon lords did want to retreat, but they were only a few. Most of them entered with slight hesitation. After all, the more people there were, the more courageous they were. Yunxiao and Wei Qing also walked in. The Shang Emperor kept his cold gaze on Yunxiao. It was only after he entered that he jumped in without waiting for anyone else. The hall was unimaginably large. It was a circular space with a diameter of tens of thousands of feet, but it was empty. The demons who had entered first quickly checked the entire space, but they couldn't find anything. They couldn't help but be stunned and disappointed. Everyone's face was filled with a strange expression, not believing that the situation in the hall would be as simple as what they saw. As soon as Yunxiao entered, he quickly scanned the space with his divine sense, and a suspicious look appeared on his face. "How can there be nothing? There must be a reason for those demons to take human form," Wei Qing said coldly. "Be careful," the referee said. "It's getting weirder. In this hall, even the stupa can't protect you. You have to rely on your own strength." Suddenly, the hall began to shake without any warning. A violent demonic chi wind blew in the center, covering an area of half a mu. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly retreated to the surroundings. Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he asked in surprise, It's this thing The demonic chi tornado gradually weakened and transformed into a huge body. It was actually an octopus, waving hundreds of tentacles. The tentacle was the same as the one that was repelled by the Shang Emperor on the Demon Sea. It's this thing of yours. It's been a long time. Why are you here?" The Shang Emperor laughed. The octopus's mouth moved a few times and made a strange sound. His eyes rolled around and then fell on Yunxiao. Yunxiao's heart trembled. The octopus's eyes were as cold as water, and they penetrated directly into his heart. Although he might not be able to tell that the sacred ice jade was on him, he had most likely sensed something. The rest of the fiend lords were also quite puzzled. When they noticed that the octopus was only staring at Yunxiao, they were all curious. Wei Qing's expression changed slightly and he said angrily, "You bastard! You have enemies all over the world. Don't tell me that even this octopus has a grudge against you. What nonsense are you talking about?" Yunxiao scolded with a smile. "I've only seen this thing today. Then why is it only staring at you? And it looks like it's going to eat you." Wei Qing said coldly. You're asking me? Yun Xiao said gloomily. Who should I ask? As soon as he finished speaking, the octopus began to move. Hundreds of tentacles suddenly struck in all directions, and it was actually fighting with everyone at the same time. Bang! Yun Xiao moved in a flash, and the ground under his feet was smashed by a tentacle, leaving a fist-sized pit. Bang! 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 The countless tentacles struck down in all directions, and the ground began to become full of potholes. Although the momentum was shocking, the largest pit was only the size of a watermelon. It could be seen that the toughness of this haul was extraordinary. Is this octopus crazy? You actually want to fight all of us? Immediately, someone snorted disdainfully and began to counterattack, slashing at one of the tentacles with a single-handed saber. Swish! Many people's attacks landed on the tentacle at the same time, immediately cutting it off. However, the moment the tentacle broke, a large amount of black ink spurted out. The ink directly turned into a net and fell down from the sky. Childish! Everyone hurriedly changed their moves and attacked the black net. However, the moment all the demonic chi touched the net, it actually flashed past and couldn't hurt it in the slightest. On the contrary, the giant octopus pouted its mouth and sucked in all the attacks into its stomach. Then, with a poof sound, it spat them out and hundreds of giant nets flew out. Fuck! What's going on? This time, everyone was panicking. That huge net was actually unable to attack. It directly passed through the attacks and hit them in the face, trapping many devils. As they struggled, the giant nets slowly connected as if they were calling each other. The entire hall was covered with magic nets, and everyone, including Yun Xiao, was caught firmly. Yun Xiao looked carefully. The black net was condensed from fiend energy, but it was extremely sticky, and he could not get rid of it once it stuck to his body. However, this net seemed to only have the function of capturing and not sealing his devil essence. If he needed to, he could still attack at any time, but it was difficult to move his body. Wei Qing also tried it and found that the power of the devil essence was not blocked, so he calmed down. His eyes flickered as he communicated with Yi, discussing whether he could use the yin-yang qi bottle to take all the nets. The referee didn't know the result, so it was a 50-50 chance. The Shang Emperor, Phoenix, and the others also posted on the net. Although they were panicking, they were not afraid, because an octopus could not possibly wipe them out. Idiot! What are you doing? Is there a mastermind behind this? The Shang King asked. The octopus couldn't speak and could only use its mouth to make goo-goo sounds. No one knew what it was saying. Suddenly, a huge black rock appeared on his forehead, emitting a gentle light. The giant rock was like a human meditating, very lifelike, and it kept spinning in front of the octopus's head. Qilin demon bone! Everyone cried out in surprise and watched with wide eyes. However, this demon bone was too strange. Not only was its aura extremely strong, but it was even flashing with spiritual light as if it was alive. This is a Xianxia. Richard's body suddenly trembled and he shouted, Demon Jade! This is the Demon Jade. What? The remains of a holy demon. Everyone's expression changed drastically as they looked at the human-shaped magic stone that was posted on the internet in a daze, not knowing what to do. On the other hand, Yun Xiao frowned. The human-shaped magic stone in front of him seemed to be completely different from the Demon Pearl Jade, and the judge must have seen the Demon Pearl Jade before, so how could he have mistaken it? Could it be that the Demon Pearl Jade had different forms? Just as he was feeling suspicious, he suddenly saw a flash of demonic light, pulling him back from his thoughts. She couldn't help but make a move. She flew up and grabbed at the human-shaped demonic stone. At this moment, his body was still hanging on the net and he had not broken free from the net's binding power. He could only pull the giant net forward. Suddenly, spiritual light flashed on the human-shaped magic stone, and it stretched out a hand. Then, it made a hand seal and slapped toward the spine. What? This sudden change immediately shocked everyone. He was also shocked, caught off guard. He quickly changed his claw into a palm and collided with the palm of the human-shaped demonic stone. Bang! A ball of demonic light was blasted away, and chi was sent flying. At the same time, the big octopus shot out another ball of demonic light from its mouth, which turned into an even thinner black net and completely covered Qi. After the human-shaped demonic stone was taken out, it made hand seals with one hand. At the same time, it changed into a spiritual form and turned into a man in front of everyone. The man had an ordinary appearance. He had 2 horns on his head, and his eyes were particularly cold. He slowly swept his gaze over the crowd, and the corners of his mouth held an evil smile that made people extremely uncomfortable. Wei Qing's body suddenly trembled, and the sound of bones resounded wildly in his body. Spirit transformation. It's actually the transformation Qilin fiend bone that directly transformed into a spirit and turned into a fiend. Wei Qing was shocked. This works too. Then this devil's strength must be incredible. We're in big trouble, the referee said in a deep voice. This person was at least a demon venerable when he was alive, and from what I just heard, he could even be a holy demon. Wei Qing's face fell. In shock, he hurriedly exchanged the news with Yunxiao. Yunxiao was even more depressed and bitter. When the man took his human form, he glanced at him, intentionally or unintentionally. Everyone thought it was an unconscious action, but he could clearly sense that it wasn't unintentional. The devil must have discovered the sacred ice jade or demonic rain stone in his body. He couldn't help but be on guard, telling Wei Qing to be careful. Who are you? You struggled to stick his head out from the dense magic net and roared. The demon's lips curled up slightly as he laughed. Didn't you just say it? I'm the Demon Jade. Demon Jade. You are indeed Mo Linyu. Ji cried out in shock, her face filled with shock. The rest of the Asmodeans were also shocked. They looked at the man with wide eyes, their faces blank. The man chuckled and licked his lips. He laughed eerily. I've just come out, and there's already so many tonics for me to nourish. I think I'll be able to recover to the holy demon level soon. In a flash, he stepped on the octopus's head and crossed his arms. He looked at the crowd coldly, his eyes shifting one by one. Who should I eat first? Everyone who was stared at by him felt their bodies turn cold and their limbs go numb. He suppressed the chill in his heart and suddenly shouted, "This person is a half-step saint demon. Let's attack together, or else we'll all die here." He started to struggle violently, and regardless of the large amount of fine net stuck to his body, he took the lead and rushed forward. The rest of the demons also struggled with all their might. Hee, what a joke. If we join hands, we won't have to die. Mo Linyu smacked the octopus's head, causing it to cry out in pain. It pouted its lips and spat out a large amount of ink that scattered in all directions. The octopus's body shrank rapidly, as if it had been emptied out by the ink. Everyone's attacks pierced through the ink, and the octopus opened its mouth and sucked it into its stomach. Only then did its body expand a little. The jet-black ink splattered onto everyone's bodies, once again sticking them to the ground. Ha! This octopus is an extremely terrifying mutated demon. Even I'm afraid of it. Mo Linyu laughed out loud. All of a sudden, his body flashed and he appeared beside Yi. He then struck out with his palm. The palm strike landed directly in front of the referee and was blocked by the referee's fist. However, how could he block the other party's full-powered attack in such a hurry? Bang! Qi's entire fist exploded into a ball of demonic Qi, and his body flew back, pulling the silk net that covered the sky. He didn't retreat far. Damn it! Ji roared loudly as the demonic Qi in her body soared up into the sky. She formed a palm again and a long spear condensed in her palm. She fiercely stabbed over. At the same time, the surrounding demons also gritted their teeth and attacked. This was because they understood that if Yi died, their chances of survival would be even lower. Mo Linyu's face turned cold. He did not take the spear, but instead, he retreated and flew back to the head of the giant octopus. The long spear flew through the air, but was sucked into the octopus's stomach. The octopus's face immediately turned black, as if it had been injured, but it was not a big deal. It was slowly digesting, and the black color on its face was constantly fading. Since you're not willing to be eaten by me, I'll make you die willingly later. Emomiu's lips curled into a cold air as she formed a hand seal with one hand. The octopus seemed to have been stimulated, and its body swelled up with a gulu sound. Then, the hundreds of tentacles suddenly straightened and shot out in all directions. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly used their energy to resist. However, the tentacle was too fast and they were bound by the net, so many people were directly wrapped by the tentacle and their bodies were strangled. The octopus's tentacles were hard and sticky, and as you struggled, they grew bigger and tighter, making it difficult to break free. Furthermore, the tentacles were constantly transmitting magic power from the octopus to increase its strength. The octopus's face turned purple from holding back. Bang! Suddenly, one of the demon lords couldn't hold on any longer and exploded. The cloud of demonic chi had just spread out when it was swept up by the octopus tentacle and absorbed into its body. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression changed drastically, and they looked at each other in shock. "Don't panic," the Shang Emperor shouted. "This octopus is trying its best to restrain us. Once it's exhausted, it'll come out." A cloud of sword chi surrounded him and pushed the tentacle away. It didn't bind him at all, but he was afraid of the power of the demon eye jade and didn't dare to attack. Mo Linyu gave him a cold look, as if he did not take him seriously. Instead, he turned his eyes to Yunxiao and chuckled, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Yunxiao felt his scalp go numb as he said with an embarrassed smile, "Why are you looking at me? There aren't any flowers on my face." Mo Linyu sneered, "What do you think? Do you still need to pretend in front of me? The demonic rain jade in your body was originally my body. If it wasn't for the fact that I sensed its arrival, I wouldn't have planned on awakening." "What? He has the demon pearl jade on him?" Everyone was surprised, and their eyes focused on Yunxiao. Even Wei Qing's expression changed drastically as he said in shock and anger, "You have the demon jade." The demonic phoenix in his body trembled as it angrily transmitted a message. "Why didn't you tell me? I just learned about it," Yunxiao said with a wry smile. "How can I tell you? Moreover, that demon pearl jade is a little strange." Hearing him admit it, the other demon lords' expressions changed even more. Especially Yi and the Shang Emperor. They were both furious and glared at him coldly, as if they wanted to kill him with their gazes. Mo Linyu chuckled and said, "It's indeed a little strange. That's because that piece of demon pearl jade was transformed from my arm, and I'm still holding on to the sacred ice jade. Later on, it was kidnapped by a demon commander and refined together, forming the shape of the jade you have. However, the strange thing is that I seem to feel a strong force that wants to suppress his aura so that I can't discover it. How childish. That was originally my body, so how could it escape my detection?" Ji, Qing, and the others' expressions changed drastically, and the referee suddenly cried out in alarm, "The two jades is one." Yi's face darkened and he roared, "Profound Abyss Stone. The dark nether stone is in your hands." Yunxiao immediately felt the coldness and killing intent from the Saint Devil family. He scratched his head and chuckled. "So that's how the dark nether stone came about. I understand now." Everyone stared at him with furrowed brows. Other than the Xingma family, who had killing intent on their faces, everyone else was puzzled. "Let me guess," Yunxiao said in a deep voice. "Let me make a guess. Back then, there was a saint demon who was about to reach the end of his life. In order to delay his own fate, he found the sacred ice jade and built this saint demon hall, hoping to use the power of the sacred ice jade to escape the 5 decrepit phenomena. However, the great Tao was boundless, and it was not something that human power could resist. Even though the 5 decrepit phenomena were delayed, it still descended. That holy demon then died in his own Saint Demon Hall, still holding the sacred ice jade in his hand. After that, more and more people entered the Saint Devil Hall. In addition to the unique characteristics of the Saint Devil Hall itself, it absorbed a large amount of demonic chi, forming countless devils, causing the environment here to become more and more complicated. After an unknown number of years, a demon venerable chanced upon a holy demon who had passed away. He wanted to snatch the holy ice jade, but he realized that he couldn't take it no matter what. Hence, he cut off the arm as well. That demon commander should be Lady Ji's senior. After that ancestor obtained the arm and the sacred ice jade, he was in a hurry to refine them. In the end, he fused them together by chance. Moreover, the arm was only a corpse at that time and was definitely not a demon eye jade. Otherwise, Lady Ji's ancestor would have taken the entire body away, not just the arm. Of course, there might be other situations that we don't know about. That arm should have been taken away, Xianxia continued. It was only turned into the demon eye jade during the refining process of that ancestor. Thus, the dark nether stone appeared. One could imagine the power of the two supreme treasures combined. That senior must have used this opportunity to break through to the Saint Demon realm and created the Saint Demon family of the Ice region. The crowd was enlightened. Although it was just Yunxiao's guess, it seemed to be true as he explained it. Although the referee's face was dark and frightening, he was also listening quietly and did not refute. It seemed that this was most likely the case. Even the demon pearl jade had a calm expression as she listened. Xianxia smiled and said, "It is reasonable to say that when the ancestor refined the body of the holy demon into demon eye jade, he must have thought of coming back to the Saint Devil Hall to look for the remaining body. But I don't know why he didn't find it. Or he did, but he failed. That's how you were able to transform." He looked at the demon eye jade on the octopus's head, as if he wanted to get confirmation. Linyu shook his head slightly and replied, "I don't know about that. Although I'm the incarnation of that holy demon, I'm no longer the same holy demon as before. The previous Saint Fiend is already dead, and I'm only the demon eye jade's human form. Although I came out from him, I'm not him." Xianxia nodded slightly. He understood that. Just like Pan Yi, although he was transformed from Xiao Fengsan's body, he was no longer Xiao Fengcan. He continued, "However, 100,000 years ago, the demon Lord Emperor appeared out of nowhere. Perhaps he heard the rumors about the demon pearl jade and the sacred ice jade. So he directly descended upon the Saint Devil family of the Ice region and took them away." He glanced at the referee and saw that his face was livid and covered with a layer of coldness, but he did not say a word. It was clear that this was the case. After the demon lord died in the heavenly martial realm, Xianxia continued, "This dark nether stone naturally ended up in the heavenly martial realm, and was accidentally obtained by an ancestor of the Biming family. The Biming family's ancestors confirmed that this stone didn't belong to the heavenly martial arts realm, so they added the word beyond the heavens and changed it to an outworld dark stone. 100,000 years later, the stone passed through many hands before finally landing in my hands." The moment he finished speaking, the hall fell silent. "Brilliant! That's a brilliant analysis." Demon Pearl suddenly clapped her hands and praised, "I think that's most likely the case. And most importantly, that dark nether stone is indeed in your hands. Right?" Everyone's eyes were fixed on Xianxia, and their eyes were burning. Xianxia nodded slightly and said, "Not only is it in my hands, but it has also changed by chance." "There are some changes?" Linyu furrowed his brows before relaxing them. He sneered, "No matter how it has changed, the profound abyss stone is still the profound abyss stone. Quickly bring it to me." He reached out his big hand to Xianxia and said excitedly, "I can already feel the call of that arm. As long as I refine the profound abyssal stone, I will definitely be able to return to the Saint Demon realm." "It's none of my business whether you can return to the Saint Demon realm or not," Xianxia said with a smile. "That stone is mine now." "Ha ha! You're looking for death." Linyu sneered as he flew down and struck at Xianxia. The other demon lords' faces changed drastically as they stared at him with wide eyes. They were not concerned about Yunxiao's life, but the whereabouts of the dark stone. Yi and Shang Jun were even more nervous as they stared at him. They were filled with regret. If they had known that the dark nether stone was with this person, they would have killed him even if it meant death. The other man's face was also gloomy and gloomy. It was the skeleton in Wei Qing's body. Never in his dreams did he expect that the thing he had been trying so hard to get was actually with Yunxiao. Yunxiao smiled faintly as he looked at the demon pearl flying toward him. Then, his body suddenly transformed into a flash of lightning and broke free from the tentacles and the demonic net. "What?" Linyu missed. In his surprise, he saw Yunxiao's figure recondense in the air, and with just a few steps, he had reached the top of the octopus's head and turned to look at it. You're really good. You have a 5-element spirit body. No wonder you can't be bound. Hehe. Mo Linyu laughed coldly. Even if you have a 5-elemental spiritual body, you will still die here today. His figure flickered and appeared on the octopus's head as well, sending a palm strike. Yunxiao's body flickered, but he did not escape. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes as he said, "If you want it, then I'll give it to you." He teleported and turned around, slapping his palm toward the demon pearl jade instead. A ball of seemingly warm luster appeared in the center of his palm, but its aura was filled with coldness. Crystals flickered within the light, exuding a powerful and terrifying power. Profound Abyss Stone, Mo Gangyu exclaimed in shock, and so did the judge. Immediately, more than a dozen rays of light broke through the magic net and tentacles restraints and rushed towards the octopus's head. Mo Linyu's expression changed as he felt the powerful aura coming from all directions. With a cold snort, he clenched his 5 fingers into a claw and grabbed at the dark mystic stone. Compared to the power of the 4 directions, the dark mystic stone posed a greater threat to him. Moreover, these people's target was this stone. Boom! As soon as his fingers touched the light of the stone, his body stopped. A terrifying power spread out from the stone, turning into circles of light waves that attacked in all directions. The 2 figures became dark and unpredictable under the light. The people who rushed up from all directions, including the Shengma family, the Shang King, Wei Qing, and the various tribe leaders of Yuan County, all felt pain all over their bodies when the light shone on them. A sense of danger rose in their hearts, and they decisively retreated. The demons flew around the hall and stared at the octopus's head with horror. The fearsome power from the dark nether stone lit up the entire space with a faint crystal color. The people who had just charged forward were all covered in a layer of frost. Their movements were frozen, and they had to desperately use demonic arts to dissolve it. At this moment, the entire octopus seemed to have been frozen, turning into an ice sculpture. The terrifying force flowed down the octopus's tentacles, freezing all the demons that were caught by the tentacles. My daughter! Faye suddenly let out a cry and flew to the end of one of the tentacles. However, Yao had already been turned into an ice sculpture. Her pale face was still very lifelike. Fly was in deep sorrow as he slapped the tentacle. The tentacle broke with a bang, but a large amount of cold air spread out and froze his palm. He could only retreat in shock. As for Yao's crystal body, it fell from the sky and landed on the ground with a bang. All 4 of her limbs were shattered, leaving only her body intact. However, caca sounds could be heard as many cracks appeared on her body. Faye suddenly felt a little dizzy, and a great grief hit his heart. He stared at the octopus's head with eyes wide open. However, the light on it was too strong and blinding. After staring at it for a moment, he felt a sharp pain in his eyes and didn't dare to look any further. The rest of the people were the same. They could only half cover their eyes and close them after a few breaths. Inside the terrifying blue light, Yunxiao and Mo Linyu's palms were facing each other. The dark stone was floating between their palms, and waves of power were emanating from it. Their bodies had also completely turned into blue crystals, and it was unknown if they were still alive. Is he dead? The Shang Emperor couldn't help but exclaim in surprise and joy. He was happy that the 2 of them were most likely dead. He was shocked that, with such terrifying power and so many experts looking around, he didn't know if he could snatch the stone. Just as everyone was guessing whether the 2 of them were dead or not, the demon pearl jade's body suddenly moved. The blue ice crystals on its body immediately dissolved, revealing a ferocious and excited face. Ha ha ha! You're too naive if you think you can kill me with the power of the dark nether stone. Mo Linyu was overjoyed and laughed out loud. You don't know that half of this dark nether stone is my arm. How can you kill me? Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Mo Linyu laughed maniacally. You didn't expect yourself to be the one to die, did you? Ha ha! The demon lords in the surroundings were all shocked, and their faces couldn't help but turn pale. If Mo Linyu were to obtain the dark abyssal stone, they would not be able to survive, let alone snatch the stone. Wei Qing's face was also filled with shock as he said, "Is Li Yunxiao dead? Was he really dead? Every time I wish for this brat to die, he doesn't die. This time, I don't wish for him to die, but he's going to die." Suddenly, Mo Linyu's body stiffened, and his laughter came to a halt. His eyes were filled with shock as he stared ahead with widened eyes. Yunxiao's body gradually returned to normal, and he said with a sneer, "For so many years, so many people who wanted me dead have all died first. This time will be no exception. How is that possible? How are you able to withstand the power of the dark nether stone?" Mo Linyu suddenly cried out in alarm, "Impossible!" "Nothing is impossible in this world," Yunxiao said coldly. "There are only arrogance, ignorance, and inexplicable conceit." He clenched his 5 fingers, and 5 streams of energy struck the dark abyss stone. The terrifying power surged out in waves, striking the two of them. Everyone in the hall felt it and retreated in fear. They were almost stuck to the wall, but even the wall was gradually turning into ice crystals. Mo Linyu's expression changed several times, but he still sneered. "So what if you don't die? This dark nether stone is mine. I'll absorb all of its power and charge into the holy demon realm before killing all of you." His left hand formed a seal and suddenly pointed at the dark abyssal stone. Immediately, the blue power turned into a torrent and surged into his body. "What?" Yunxiao was taken aback. He had tried all kinds of methods to extract the power of the dark stone, but all of them had failed without exception. He did not expect Mo Linyu to extract the power so easily. His expression suddenly changed, and he also formed a seal with his left hand, directly absorbing the torrent. He sneered, "If you can absorb it, so can I." He couldn't directly absorb the power from the dark nether stone, so he seized the power from the demon pearl jade. "You, animal!" Mo Linyu was furious. His eyes widened as he watched Yunxiao rob a part of the power he had extracted. However, the two of them were under the powerful light waves of the dark nether stone and had no intention of attacking each other. They only wanted to quickly absorb this magnificent power into their bodies and increase their strength. Thus, under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the two of them stood on the octopus's head, motionless. However, half of the great power that gushed out of the dark nether stone was forcibly drawn away by Yunxiao on its way to the demon pearl jade. Mo Linyu's face twitched a few times, and his eyes turned cold. He was originally a half-step Saint Demon, and just one more step and he would be able to break through to the Saint Demon realm. At that time, he could completely refine and absorb the person in front of him, and the effect would be the same. When he thought of this, his state of mind calmed down and he focused on absorbing. Yunxiao had the same idea. He would try his best to improve his strength and break through to the Demon Lord realm. If the other party really became a Saint Demon, he would have everyone to stop him together, and it was not his own business. He couldn't be bothered with all this and tried his best to stop the flood from being absorbed into his body. He was already a wall away from the Demon Lord realm, and with the help of the Dark Mystic Stone's power, he broke through that barrier and finally stepped into the creation realm. He immediately sensed the changes in all living things. It was as if the laws of the entire world had undergone subtle changes. His aura was even more sensitive as it integrated into the surrounding environment, as if it was closer to the heavenly Tao. His change was immediately noticed by everyone, and they were all shocked. One of the demon lords was finally unwilling to give up. With a loud roar, he flew up, wanting to seize the dark mystic stone or get a share of the loot. However, as soon as he rushed into the light wave and was less than 3 meters away from the dark nether stone, his body came to a stop. With a bang, he exploded into pieces and dissipated in the air. This caused everyone's expression to change greatly. They all looked on in a daze, unwilling to accept this. The referee felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. That was their Saint Devil family's dark nether stone. Suddenly, on top of the octopus's head, Mouyu's body trembled, and her face revealed an extremely frightened expression as she cried out, What's going on? There's also a strange power in the stone. What is that? He stared at the profound abyssal stone in horror. It was covered in frost, and it was like a star that surrounded the stone. It also gave off a cold aura. To Mo Linyu's horror, he realized that the force that was destroying his body was coming from these tiny crystal frosts. His expression changed drastically. Yun Xiao chuckled and said sarcastically, "You just found out?" He was really slow. Didn't this young master just say that the profound abyss stone has already undergone some minute changes? Subtle changes? What is that crystal frost? Mo Linyu was terrified. He realized that he had absorbed too much energy. The crystal frost seemed to contain a terrifying destructive power that was directly attacking his body structure, destroying everything, under the cold light of the dark nether stone. His expression became extremely ugly and filled with fear. That's the he crystal frost. Wei Qing was also shocked. He also nodded and said in a deep voice, "This demon pearl jade is done for. The disaster crystal frost is condensed by the realm power of the heavenly martial realm. He actually absorbed it into his body." TSK. TSK. Li Yunxiao, you're so bold. Wei Qing's expression also changed as he immediately understood. What caused the greatest damage to Mo Lin Jade was not the disaster crystal frost itself, but the realm power of the heavenly martial realm contained in it. Yun Xiao, on the other hand, was completely immune to the realm power of the two worlds, so he did not feel any discomfort when he absorbed the three forces into his body. After breaking through the fate realm, the powerful power of the dark nether stone continued to enter his body and settle down. The situation between the two had changed dramatically. Yun Xiao had a sneer on his face, and his eyes were calm, but filled with killing intent and coldness. On the other hand, the demon pearl was getting more and more frightened. It found that after it was attracted by it, the torrent was gushing out uncontrollably. Although Yun Xiao had absorbed more than half of the power, it was still washing its body violently. The realm power of the heavenly martial realm clashed directly with its body, causing a large area of damage. "No, no. Quickly stop." The demon pearl jade howled crazily as its left hand desperately tried to move the dark mystic stone away. Yun Xiao's face flickered slightly, and a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Then, he pointed his left hand lightly and turned it into a purple thunderbolt as he shouted, "Purple Brilliance Dance!" His entire body suddenly shot up, and the balance on the dark nether stone was instantly broken. A terrifying force blasted out in all directions. The hall trembled violently, and the giant octopus crystal under their feet shattered into countless crystal dust. The demon pearl jade was also hit by the impact, and it was knocked back with a muffled groan. But what was even more terrifying was that just as he regained his senses, he saw a purple dragon flying across the sky. The dragon's claws formed a seal and struck at him. "No!" Mo Linyu let out a terrified shriek as he hurriedly struck out with both his palms. Boom, boom, boom. The purple lightning dragon exploded and turned into thousands of lightning snakes that pierced through. Mo Linyu was instantly riddled with holes. His eyes widened in horror as he looked incredulously at Yun Xiao's true body, which had materialized in front of him amidst the flashing lightning. "If you're not afraid, you can." Bang! After saying these three words with great difficulty, the demon pearl's body suddenly exploded, directly destroying the already shaky hall and sending countless gravel flying. Yun Xiao stopped in the air and turned his eyes to look at the dark nether stone on the ground. Wherever the stone landed, everything within a radius of 1,000 feet was frozen, but the cold air on the stone had already become negligible. He couldn't help but sigh as he thought about that terrifying power. Half of it had been drawn away by Mo Linyu, which also caused the latter's internal organs to be completely crushed by the world force before he was killed by his own palm. There was also a portion of power that he had obtained, and he had wasted too much of it. Although it was still a treasure, its value had plummeted. It was not even worth him taking it. And the rest panicked. Suddenly, they heard the Shang Emperor shouting, "Attack! Otherwise we'll all die." All the demons were shocked and suddenly came to a realization. They didn't know that the dark nether stone had been destroyed and were still thinking of killing people to take the stone. The Shang Emperor had already expected that the stone was most likely crippled, but he still had Yuan's mission to complete, which meant that he had to kill Yunxiao. All the fiends immediately circulated their fiend energy and attacked Yunxiao. Those who survived were all peak-stage demon lords. Those who were slightly weaker had already died. In an instant, all the fiends, except Wei Qing, attacked together, and a terrifying force that could topple mountains and overturn seas pressed down on Yunxiao. Yunxiao's face flickered. He had just killed the demon Pearl Jade, and there was still a large amount of dark netherstone power in his body that had not been digested yet, and it was still flowing in his meridians. Humph! Yunxiao's face turned cold as he spread his fingers. Suddenly, a circle of sword chi rose up and spun in his palm like a whirlwind. A broad and bright sword slowly condensed. Yunxiao was surprised and overjoyed. He stared at the sword with wide eyes as the power in his body was continuously drawn out. Together with the undigested power of the dark nether stone, the true body of the sword was condensed. In that instant, all the demons felt a chill invade their bodies. This chill came out of nowhere, but it was so real and cold. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as a sense of danger rose in their hearts. Some of them regretted choosing to attack instead of running away at the first moment. A cold voice slowly came out and clearly entered everyone's ears. Ask the vast earth, who controls the ups and downs. Before he could finish his words, a bone-chilling coldness poured down along with the sword intent. The Shang King's expression changed drastically as the sword in his hand began to tremble. The sword spirit was also scared out of its wits, and no spiritual light could be seen. Not good. The Shang King saw that the situation was bad and immediately turned to escape. However, the sword momentum was overwhelming, as if it had cut through the four poles. With a boom, the entire Buddha corridor rumbled as if it was about to collapse. The demon lords who attacked were all swallowed up by the sword aura. Even the Shang Lord, who had just escaped 1,000 feet away, was caught up by the sword light and exploded on the spot. In an instant, the area within a radius of thousands of feet was filled with a sea of sword chi, rolling and flashing. Wei Qing stood in the sea of swords in fear, his face pale. Yunxiao seemed to have deliberately controlled the power of his sword. Only his body, which was about 100 feet tall, was empty, and only a faint sword will could be seen blowing past, which made Wei Qing shudder. What kind of power is this? Wei Qing's face was dull, and he shouted powerlessly in his heart, but the echo was extremely weak. AI! Demon Phoenix could not help but sigh. In the end, the greatest opportunity was still obtained by him. I'm afraid that 1/3 of the demon Pearl Jade, the sacred Ice Jade, and the hard-shell crystal frost of the heavenly martial realm have been absorbed into his body. As long as this power calms down, and with that sword, he will have the power to fight even if he encounters a holy demon. Battle Saint Mo Bian. Wei Qing felt bitter in his heart. He had thought that the gap between him and Yunxiao was shrinking, but now it was as wide as the sky and the abyss. Even if you can break through to the Demon Lord realm this time, you're no match for him, even though his control of the sword seemed to be very weak. However, as time passed and his power gradually increased, he would be no different from a holy demon when he could fully control the sword. There's still some power in that dark nether stone. After you absorb it, you'll have a high chance of breaking through to the Demon Lord realm with the Hualin Demon Bone. Wei Qing nodded and recovered from his disappointment. At this moment, the ground was in ruins. There was no sign of the hall at all. A terrifying chasm extended from the ground. All the demons that had attacked had been completely annihilated by the attack just now. Yunxiao also looked exhausted. Although he had stepped into the realm of fiend supremacy, he still could not control the sword, and his body had been drained. He slowly descended from the void and landed on the ground. He looked at Wei Qing and said, "It's all over." Wei Qing's face was still pale, and he didn't know what to say. Yunxiao glanced at the dark nether stone on the ground and said, "The energy in this stone is no longer of much use to me, but it's still very effective for you. You can absorb it. Wei Qing unconsciously responded and grabbed the stone in the air. He immediately felt a crazy power surging out from it, causing his body to tremble and his face to be filled with surprise. At this moment, the entire place was desolate. Everyone who had entered the hall had disappeared, leaving only the two of them. As for those who had yet to enter the hall, they felt the shock and fear here and did not dare to come over. They just wandered around in the forest and obtained some benefits. The demonic qi here is unusually dense, Yi said. In addition to the fact that so many cannon fodders died here just now, if we can cultivate here for a period of time, it'll be several times more effective than the outside world. I suggest that you two stay here for a while. He slowly came out of Wei Qing's body and transformed into a man's form, floating in the air. That's a good idea, Xianxia nodded. I'm indeed very weak now. Plus, I just broke through, so I need some time to adjust. All right, then I'll try to break through to the Demon Lord realm again, Wei Qing said. He felt the power of the dark nether stone in his hand and was overjoyed. With the Demon Supreme Realm, Hualin Demon Bone, and the environment, he was quite confident. The two of them immediately sat down cross-legged. He looked at the two of them with a complicated expression. He also entered the void and flew into the forest in the distance to find some devil bones to eat. Originally, he had wanted to use this opportunity to enter the main hall and obtain the sacred ice jade. However, he had not expected such an ending. It was impossible to get the sacred ice jade now, so he could only settle for second best and hope to find some decent Qilin demonic bones to nourish his body. A few months later, at the core of the Buddha corridor, the demonic sea that had been sealed off suddenly trembled violently. A terrifying power burst forth from within, instantly splitting the entire demonic sea into two. Two rays of light flew out from it and landed on a nearby mountain. It was Xianxia, Wei Qing, and Phoenix who had returned to the bottle. Although the skeleton could transform, its body was still unstable, so it was more secure to nourish it in the bottle. Before leaving, Wei Qing had also absorbed most of the fiend energy inside, and only then did he come out with Xianxia. At this moment, his face was cold and there was a proud, heroic spirit between his brows. The aura around his body was completely different from before. He was the #1 genius of the holy region with great talent. Finally, with the investment of a large number of resources, he, like Xianxia, had broken through to the creation realm. Although both of them were in the fate realm, Wei Qing had always felt that Xianxia had an aura that he could not match. The referee sensed his thoughts and transmitted a message with a smile. Are you very afraid? This brat has absorbed a third of the dark netherstone and the Mi-E crystal frost's power. He's no longer an ordinary demon lord. You must be careful not to fight him head-on. Wei Qing's expression changed slightly, and he grunted without saying a word. You've almost reached the end of the path of the divine Tao, Yi sighed. The end? Both Wei Qing and Xianxia frowned and said in unison, Isn't there still the highest realm, the World King realm, Saint Demon? Saint Demon realm Bayan. He laughed awkwardly and said, That's not something that can be achieved through hard work. If the 3-in-1 dark netherstone was still there and you had the strength of a peak demon supreme, you might be able to absorb all the power inside. But let alone a 3-in-1 treasure, even one of the stones can't be obtained easily. Xianxia blinked and said, If that's the case, then that dark abyssal stone is a bit of a waste. That's right. It's simply a waste of God's gift, the referee said. He thought that it was also a heartache and he snorted. If it were for me, I would have restored my original body and returned to the Saint Demon realm. If I were to give it to you, Xianxia chuckled, I'd rather waste it. Moreover, there are treasures condensed by the realm power of the heavenly martial realm on it. Can you absorb them? He would probably end up like Mo Linyu. Actually, there's nothing to feel sorry about. Everything was arranged for the best. Wei Qing and Yen were both stunned. They thought about the last sentence carefully, and it was true. The great Tao was vast. How could it be peaked at by human power? And everything would be the best arrangement. Let's go, Xianxia said. The trip to the ice domain is over. I'm going to the Tianhan city to meet Mo Yuan. Wei Qing, you can come with me, or you can return to the heavenly martial arts realm on your own. After all, The agreement between us has already ended. Wei Qing's expression changed slightly. After a moment of silence, he said, I'll go with you to the Tianhan city. I also want to see how strong the might of the holy devil is. Yunxiao gave him a faint look and smiled. Without saying anything, he said, Then let's go. Wei Qing seemed to feel that he had been seen through, and was quite embarrassed and angry. Back in the Saint Devil Hall, it was all thanks to Yunxiao that he had the chance to break through to the Fiend's Supremacy realm, and he now owed him a huge favor. This trip to the Tianhan city might also be due to the grand feelings of the holy demon, but it was mostly because he hoped to have a chance to return the favor. But he did not want Yunxiao to see through his thoughts, which made him feel quite embarrassed. Immediately, 2 rays of light flew into the air and headed towards Yuan County. Yuan County was the nearest devil city to the Stupa corridor, and there was only one small teleportation formation in it. Not long after, the 2 of them returned to Yuan County and were shocked by the scene in front of them. A large portion of the once firm and majestic city walls had collapsed, and the city was filled with wolves and ruins. Some places had even been razed to the ground. The streets were empty, and large amounts of demons flew in all directions. It was a scene of doomsday. At a glance, most of the houses in the city were empty, and there were no demons inside. Yunxiao and Wei Qing exchanged a look, and both of their faces turned solemn. After the devils died, they would decompose directly, so there would be no bodies left behind. The rustling sounds coming from everywhere could only prove that all the devils in these places were dead. What? Yunxiao asked in a deep voice. How did this happen? Let's see if we can find someone to ask. The 2 of them flew all the way into the city, and suddenly, the shadow of a devil appeared in front of them. Yunxiao's body trembled slightly, and he stopped abruptly, thinking that he had seen wrong. The demon also noticed the 2 of them and suddenly turned around. His vigilant expression turned into a stunned one, and then he said with great joy, Lord Li, you know him? Wei Qing frowned. Yunxiao touched the bridge of his nose and said with a surprised smile, Master Hu, why is it you? The referee arrived in a flash and said, I've finally found you. I'm here on the orders of Master Hu to inform you of something. What? Yunxiao asked in surprise. What is it? He thought to himself, did he find out that I stepped into the Demon Lord realm? That was impossible. I don't know what news Master Chu has received, but he's already heading to the Tianhan city of the demon tribe, the referee said in a deep voice. He told me to come here to find you, saying that he hopes you can come with him. Yunxiao was taken aback. He held his chin and said in a deep voice, What are you going to do in Tianhan city? I don't know, but it seems to be an urgent matter. However, Ingluo, she said worriedly, I've heard that Yuan has already entered the Saint Demon realm. If that's the case, this trip will be very dangerous. Lord Li is not a member of my Kuan tribe. You don't have to go. She looked at Yunxiao with a gentle and concerned look in her eyes, hoping that he would not take any risks. This was actually the main reason why she came to Yuan County. What the judge meant was that she was familiar with Yunxiao, and she hoped that she could persuade him to make a trip to Tianhan city. However, he didn't expect that a woman's mind was so fickle that the referee encouraged him not to go. Since you have an appointment, Yunxiao said with a smile, I think I'd better go. Don't go. Master Hu, you don't look right. I'm afraid this trip will be extremely dangerous. There's no need for you to go. The referee suddenly exclaimed with an anxious look. Thank you for your reminder, Yunxiao said with a nod. But, even without the agreement with the church, I'm still going to Tianhan city. What's wrong? The referee was stunned. It's a long story, Yunxiao said with a smile. Let's talk about it while we walk. Alright, what's going on with Yuan County? It's been reduced to a scorched land in an instant. I don't know. He shook his head. It's been like this since I came here. It seems that a large number of demons have gathered in the northern part of the city. The southern part of the city has practically become a wasteland. North of the city? Yunxiao's face flickered. The only small teleportation array seems to be in the north of the city. Let's go there quickly. The three of them immediately turned into streaks of light and flew away. After a few hours, they saw many demons fighting. There weren't many of them, only about 50 or so. But the battle was extremely brutal. Demonic shrieks constantly rang out, like some kind of ominous sound. Xianxia glanced at them indifferently, then casually pressed his palm down. Suddenly, the wind and clouds gathered and suppressed the strength of more than 50 demons, making them unable to move. The demons were shocked and couldn't help but look up. Everyone's eyes were filled with fear. This was because they could not see through the cultivation of any of the three people in the sky. Furthermore, the young man who had attacked had easily suppressed the entire battlefield with a single palm. This made everyone's heart tremble, and they did not dare to have any thoughts of resisting. "Why are you fighting?" Xianxia asked. "Why are you fighting?" The demons were stunned and looked at each other. This question seemed very strange. "Sir," a slightly stronger demon said, "we're from the minor division. They're from the fire division." Xianxia frowned and said in a cold voice, "This young master is asking why you are fighting, not where you belong. Also, how did Yuan County become like this?" "So you've just arrived in Yuan County," the man said in surprise. "This is a long story, Ingluo." The man spent an hour explaining the entire process. It turned out that after the incident at the Buddha corridor a few months ago, almost all the powerful cultivators in Yuan County were killed or injured. This resulted in a new division of power and a huge turmoil spread throughout Yuan County. Not only Yuan County, but most of the cities in the entire ice region were affected by this incident. Many powerful cultivators died and all of them fell into chaos. As the starting point, Yuan County was the place that suffered the most. Other than the internal conflicts between the forces in Yuan County, there were also external forces that interfered. After several months of fighting, the original three tribes that flew, passed, and established were all annihilated, buried in the long river of history. Now, some of the newly rising forces were also in a precarious situation and had completely fallen into an era of great chaos. The Wei and Fire divisions that this group of people belonged to were the two most recently rising forces. Xianxia felt a headache coming on, and he also felt that the relationship was very complicated. Fortunately, he had reminded him many times to get to the point, or that man would have explained the rise, change, and destruction of every power clearly. All right, I understand. Where is the teleportation array controlled by the flying division?" Xianxia asked impatiently. "It should still be in the hands of the tank division. They've taken over almost half of the flying division's resources," the man replied. The Tan division was a power that came from the outside. Together with the other Sound division, they divided up the assets and resources of the former flying division. After Xianxia asked for the location of the Tan division, he did not bother to pay them any more attention and turned into a beam of light. After Xianxia and the other two left, these 50 or so people continued to fight. Half-day later, few rays of light flew out from the headquarters of the tank and went directly to another tribe Sound. A moment later, a few more lights flew out from the Sound division. A total of 9 figures flew toward a certain place in the north of the city. Finally, in an extremely tightly guarded place, the 9 people flew down. They were Xianxia and the other two, as well as the patriarchs and experts of the Tan and Sound tribes. "My lord, after I took over the teleportation formation, I sent a third of the experts to guard it," Tan said with a smile. "That's how I managed to avoid it being destroyed in the battle." "You've done well," Xianxia nodded. "You've done well." "Hee." Tan Fei laughed, his face full of flattery as he probed. "I wonder when Darren will return." "Oh? You want me to come back?" Xianxia gave a strange laugh as he looked at the man's insincere expression. Of course. Most of the resources of the flying division were lost in the war, and most of them were snatched by the Sound division," Tan hurriedly said. "There's not much left to show my respects to you, sir. I'm truly regretful and guilty. The next time you come back, I think I will have already unified Yuan County. By then, I will have even better things to offer you." "Tan, you bastard! You!" Ian suddenly became furious and cursed. "You've obviously occupied a large amount of resources in the flying department. Are you hiding them and not willing to offer them to the Lord? That's why you're pushing them to us. I can swear to the heavens that half of the Flying Division's resources have been taken by the Tan Division. Tan and the other two powerhouses' expressions changed drastically, and they immediately cursed back. After that, the six of them began to curse in front of Xianxia and the other two, as if they were performing a grand show. They cursed at each other in all kinds of ways, making the three of them frown. Enough! Xianxia pulled a long face and shouted, "That's enough!" He swept his gaze across the six people and snorted coldly. "Both of your films performed well this time, and I like the good stuff you offered. As for when I'll come back, we'll see." "Yes, yes." Tan Hain hurriedly lowered her head, her face filled with respect. Their hearts were bleeding at the same time. The so-called good performance meant that all the resources they had inherited from the flying department had been taken away. Even their own resources had been taken away. The two tribes were probably the poorest in the entire Yuan County. However, the two of them didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction. Instead, they had to serve him with respect. It was because the strength that these people had displayed was too frightening. They had the power to destroy their tribe with just a raise of their hands. After all, no matter how good things were, they were all worldly possessions. The most important thing was to keep his old life. As long as there was life, there was hope. A man should know when to yield and when not. Xianxia was also overjoyed. He and Wei Qing had both advanced to Demon Supreme, so all the remaining resources had been given to Xiao Hong. This included the demon bone of transforming Qilin that he had obtained from the Buddha corridor and the huge amount of resources left behind by the Flying Division. It was enough to produce a Demon Supreme. If it was anyone else, it would be extremely difficult for them to advance to the Demon Commander stage. However, Xiao Hong had already achieved Rainbow Stone Spirit Transformation, so it would be much easier for her to advance to the Demon Commander stage. As long as she accumulated enough experience, she would eventually become a Demon Commander. So, what Xianxia had to do now was to keep collecting all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures from the Devil Realm and pour them into Xiao Hong's body. After watching Xianxia and the other two enter the teleportation array, Tan Hain stood aside respectfully and watched the light of teleportation light shine with a grin until the three disappeared before her eyes. In just a moment, before the afterimages of Xianxia and the other two faded away, Tan suddenly attacked the sound. Een was already prepared for this. With a cold snort, she met the attack with a palm and mocked, "I've been waiting for you. There's no time like the present. We'll fight to the death today." Both parties thought that the other party still had resources left. Thinking that they were already poor, they might as well fight to the death and snatch the other party's resources. Little did he know that both of them were now poor. The small teleportation formation in Yuan County could only take them to the nearby Xiangzong city. From there, they would be teleported from Duguang City to Shuiyan City, which was a larger city in the ice region. After several repeated teleportations, they finally arrived at another large region. After a few more teleportations using medium-sized teleportation formations, they finally entered the Kuan tribe and stopped in a demon city called Duguang City. This Duguang City is the closest city to the Tianhan City, and it's the only one that has a small teleportation formation. We only need 6 to 6 hours to get there. If I were to fly by myself, I'm afraid it would take another half a year. The judge looked at some information in his hand and began to explain it to Xianxia in detail. In the past few months, she had also discovered that Xianxia had stepped into the realm of a fiend's supremacy, and the shock she felt was indescribable. What shocked her even more was that she found that Wei Qing, who was with her, was also a fiend's supremacy, and she could vaguely sense that Wei Qing seemed to be led by Xianxia. He could not help but respect and love Xianxia even more. Tianhan City? Yunxiao's eyes flickered as he recalled the scene in the Kuan tribe half a year ago. Yuan, Piu, and Hua Qianshu. I'm here. It's been half a year. Will they really come? If they've arrived at the Kuan tribe earlier, I'm sure they'll be hiding. I hope so, Yunxiao said. I hope they didn't act on their own. What made him feel more at ease was that if anything happened to either Mopu or Hua Qianshu, he and Xiao Hong would definitely be able to sense it. He hadn't felt anything in this area for more than half a year, so the two of them must still be fine. The three of them asked about the direction of the teleportation array and went straight. Duguang City was close to the main city of the Kuan tribe, Tianhan City, so it was also one of the most prosperous cities. There was a long line in the teleportation area, waiting to be teleported. The referee frowned. "Lord Li, please wait a moment. I'll go and talk to the person in charge and see if we can insert it in front." After all, in the devil world, the strong were respected. Moreover, there were two lords at the level of devil lords here. The referee felt that it was very inappropriate to make them line up. Yunxiao glanced at the queue and estimated that it would take a few days, so he gladly agreed. "Go. Just don't expose our identities." He immediately moved forward. A moment later, he saw the referee and two demon lords walking over. The two demon lords gave Yunxiao and Wei Qing a look, and their faces changed slightly. One of them confirmed, "Are the three of you the ones who are going to the Tianhan City?" "That's right." He nodded. "Thank you for your trouble. Let's teleport first." The two demon lords looked at each other, and one of them said, "Come with us." The three of them followed the two of them and were brought directly into a gorgeous room. One of them said, "The three of you, please wait here." The two of them turned around and were about to leave. Yunxiao suddenly stopped them and said, "Wait, aren't you taking us to the teleportation formation? Why are you here to drink tea?" One of the demon lords' expression changed slightly. He smiled and said, "Since we're cutting the queue, we must go and make some preparations. I hope that the three lords will be patient." Yunxiao nodded and said, "It's not a problem to be patient, but why do I feel very uncomfortable in this room? I don't know what you're thinking. There are also more than 10 hidden restrictions. Once they are triggered, it will become a death cell, right?" "What?" The referee was instantly shocked and furious, and he glared over. The two demon lords' expressions changed drastically, and they immediately turned into rays of light to escape. But, with a faint smile, Yunxiao clenched his fingers and immediately suppressed the two men in the air, making them unable to move or fall. The two of them were aghast, and their faces turned pale. "You two are acting very strange," Yunxiao said gently. "Come on, let's have a heart-to-heart talk." The two men flipped over in the air, and when their eyes fell on Yunxiao, their hearts trembled and their faces turned dull. Yunxiao's eyes flickered with strange runes, which immediately captured their minds. "Why?" Yunxiao asked. "Why do you want to deal with us?" One of the demon lords spoke, using an emotionless voice to say, "Because you're going to the Tianhan City." The three of them were taken aback. Then, Yunxiao asked again, "Then why do you want to deal with the people who are going to Tianhan City?" The demon lord replied, "Because all the passages to the Tianhan City were sealed off a month ago. Furthermore, the higher-ups have given orders that no one is allowed to enter the Tianhan City. Otherwise, they will be killed." "Why?" Yunxiao's face flickered as if he had realized something was wrong. "I don't know either. This is an order from above." The demon lord shook his head. Yunxiao fell into deep thought, and his face turned extremely unsightly as he said, "This is troublesome. I'm afraid something has happened in the Tianhan City. Since you and Xiao Hong have the Devil Lord's devil essence and didn't sense anything abnormal, you should be fine," Wei Qing said. "I can't explain it clearly," Yunxiao said in a deep voice, "but I feel a little upset. Let's go to Tianhan City as soon as possible." He stood up and ordered the two demon lords, "Lead the way. Send us to Tianhan City." The two demon lords immediately turned around and began to lead the way. A group of 5 people walked straight to the teleportation formation. A large number of demons were busy in the teleportation area. One of them saw the 5 of them coming and couldn't help but shout, "What do you do?" "These 3 lords want to go to the Tianhan City, and they asked us to bring them there," one of the demon lords said. The man's expression suddenly changed as he discovered the abnormality of the 2 demon lords. Before he could shout, Wei Qing closed in and directly grabbed his throat, coldly saying, "If you don't want to die, then be more honest." Very quickly, the entire teleportation zone fell into a state of panic. Everyone lowered their heads and hurriedly adjusted the array to go to Tianhan City. As Xiao and the other two disappeared into the array, the fiends cried out in surprise. This is bad. Someone is heading to the Tianhan City. Quick! Inform the higher-ups. The entire region immediately fell into chaos, and the person in charge immediately gave the order to stop the teleportation, causing a wave of criticism and dissatisfaction from the outside. Several hours later, Xiao and the other two finally found the spatial exit, but it seemed to be sealed by an extremely strong force, and ordinary people could not break it at all. There's indeed an unforeseen event. The power that sealed this passage is not simple. Xiao's face flickered. At that moment, the three of them were forcibly stabilizing themselves in the spatial tunnel, then suddenly thrust out a palm and hit the seal. Bang! Under the force of the palm, countless cracks spread out. Xiao pressed down hard again, and with a loud boom, a crack appeared. The three of them rushed out in a flash. After a few breaths of time, the wound healed itself. This is a Xianxia. The expressions of the three changed slightly. They had appeared directly in a huge city, which was currently in chaos. On the wide street, all kinds of demons were walking with their heads lowered, and many of them were still in formation with their warrior weapons. Everyone's face was full of vigilance and murderous intent. Is this the Tianhan City? Why is it so chaotic? What happened? Xiao was a little worried. He immediately released his divine sense and searched the city without restraint. However, the city was too huge, and it was difficult to find anything in a short time. The referee was also confused, shaking his head. This should be the Tianhan City. Let's find someone to ask. I'll contact Master Zhai. Just as the three of them rushed out of the passageway and descended upon the Tianhan City. In the main hall of the Tianhan City, an array master revealed a look of horror as he cried out, "Someone has barged in!" The array master hurriedly cast several incantation seals into the array, and then immediately detected the intruder's coordinates. He took out 2 black talismans and shot them into a small array beside him. In another part of the main hall, in a dark secret room, a black talisman suddenly appeared in the void and slowly descended. A pure white jade hand grabbed it, and the black talisman immediately burst into flames. A message was then transmitted into his mind. The owner of the jade-like hand raised an eyebrow, but then returned to normal, no longer showing any fluctuations. What's wrong? Has the army entered the city? In front of him, a dark shadow was moving and sneering. The figure was very burly, but at this moment, he was tied up by a thick iron chain that penetrated many acupuncture points on his body. There were hundreds of them, which was a shocking sight. No, but someone broke into Tianhan City. I wonder if it's Li Yunxiao. The owner of the jade-like hand said indifferently. Under the flickering demonic light emitted by the lights on the wall, a cold and beautiful face was revealed. It was Mo Yuan. Well, I think he's probably coming. This brat said that we would meet in Tianhan City, but he made me wait for him for more than half a year. Where is he going to keep his word? The tied-up black shadow had an angry expression on his face as he stared at Mo Yuan. It was actually Demon Lord Pu. I didn't expect him to drag it out for so long. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, the referee said. Bah! If he hadn't come late, I would have been isolated and helpless. Mopu rebuked angrily. How could it be taken down by you and the Holy See? If this brat had come half a month earlier, you would be the one locked in this devil-trapping wall. Yuan raised her head and glanced at him, saying, If that's the case, there wouldn't be an army surrounding the city now. Pu chuckled. You're reaping what you've sown. I didn't expect there to be a holy fiend in the Arceus region. He naturally won't sit by and watch you grow. Yuan lowered her head and remained silent. After a while, he closed his eyes and began to meditate. All kinds of demon stones were piled up beside her, and the astonishing demon chi almost transformed into a dragon and poured directly into her body. Hee. Pu laughed. You've been injured by me, and you don't even have the courage to devour me. How can you fight Li Yunxiao? How can you fight the saint demon of the ancient land? I advise you to let me go, and then I'll devour you, then Li Yunxiao, and finally meet the newly born holy fiend for you." Yuan was still silent, as if she had already meditated. There was no expression on her face as she quietly absorbed the devil essence. Somewhere in Tianhan City, not far from Yunxiao and the other two, a black talisman suddenly appeared and slowly fell into the hand of a fiend lord. "Follow me." The demon lord's expression changed slightly. The demons that were in formation flew into the sky and followed the demon lord. "I'm using a secret skill to contact them." When suddenly, a large number of demons flew over. "What?" Yunxiao's eyelids twitched. "Are they coming for us?" he asked. He also looked around a few times, but there seemed to be no one else in the vicinity except for the three of them. The group of demons flew down and surrounded the three of them, their killing intent overflowing. "How dare you break into Tianhan City? Report your identity." The demon lord in the lead glared at the three of them coldly, his killing intent rising, but he was instantly stunned. It was because he could not see through Yunxiao and Wei Qing's cultivation base at all except for their bones. At a glance, it was like an endless abyss, so deep that no bottom could be seen. "Why have the three of you come?" The demonic monarch's face immediately changed, and he felt extremely depressed. Yunxiao and Wei Qing were just standing there, but they gave him an inexplicable pressure. "Just in time," Yunxiao said with a smile. "I'm here for an appointment. Your Lady Yuan has an appointment with me." "You have an appointment?" The demon lord was stunned for a moment before hurriedly smiling. "So your Lady Yuan's friend? Please follow me." He was very polite, so he led Yunxiao and the other two to the main hall. The referee was quite worried, but when he remembered that Yunxiao and Wei Qing were both fiend lords, he was relieved. The Tianhan City was as big as the Shooting Star City. The group flew for more than an hour before they arrived above a huge palace. The demon lord pointed down and laughed. "Lady Yuan is inside. Due to our identities, it is inconvenient for us to enter. Please inform us of your identities before you enter." "Thank you." Yunxiao cupped his fists and said, "You're welcome. It's what I should do." The demon lord chuckled as he watched the three of them fly down. Then, the smile froze on his face, slowly disappearing. After that, his expression became serious. Another demon lord by his side said worriedly, "My lord, why did you believe them so easily? What if they are enemies?" The demon lord suddenly turned around and glared at the man. He coldly said, "Do you want to die?" The other demon lord trembled in understanding. The demon lord sneered, "Do you think I'm not as smart as you? Don't you doubt the identity of these three people? It's just that none of these three are weaker than me. If they were really my enemies, we would have already disappeared. It's rare for them to say that they're Lady Yuan's friends. This is giving us a way out. If you don't take the path that they're giving you, then you're really hopeless." The surrounding demons felt a chill when they heard this. It was as if they had just come back from the gates of hell. The demon lord snorted, "If there's anything, you know how to answer. These three people insist that they are Lady Yuan's friends and have come to meet with her. That's why we brought them here. Understand?" We understand." His subordinates all nodded their heads like chickens pecking at rice. Yunxiao and the other two swaggered toward the great hall. There was a somber atmosphere in front of the hall, and two teams of demons were patrolling in turn. He felt a little uneasy and said, "Then the demon lord who brought us here was too careless. He believed our identity so easily." "They're not careless," Yunxiao said with a smile. "They're very smart." "What?" The referee was stunned. "Why do you say that?" Yunxiao smiled and said nothing. Wei Qing sneered and said, "Only the smart can live longer." As the three of them were talking, they were immediately discovered by the patrol team. "Who is it?" The two groups of demons were immediately alarmed. They immediately surrounded him, each of them holding a spear and confronting each other with a murderous aura. "I have an appointment with your clan leader," Yunxiao said. "I'm here to fulfill it." "An appointment? Humph. You can't prove it with words, but do you have evidence?" The leader's face was gloomy as he stared at the three of them with an extremely fearful expression. "I don't have any evidence." Yunxiao shook his head. "I'll ask Yuan to come out and see it." "Impudent." You can't just meet Master Hu whenever you want. Take him down. The leader shouted and immediately waved his hand. The two patrol teams of devils immediately roared and rushed forward. Their killing intent and devil essence exploded, alarming a large number of devils in the surroundings. Now you understand how smart the Demon Lord was, don't you? Yun Xiao looked at the referee with a smile. Do you? The referee was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He smiled bitterly. That man is so cunning. Yun Xiao raised his hand and made a grabbing gesture. The laughing pride mortal dust fan fell into his hand, which expanded to half the size of a man, and then he waved it around. Boom, boom, boom. The Asmodeans who had rushed up were all sent flying by the fan, and more than half of them exploded in the air, killing and injuring many. Wai Yur, the leader, was shocked and hurriedly turned to escape. Yun Xiao waved his fan again, and with a bang, the leader was sent flying into the great hall. The restrictive barrier on the hall was activated on its own, and the powerful light was twisted by the power of wind and fire. Although it was not broken, a large number of buildings inside were toppled. The defense of this hall is indeed good, Yun Xiao said with a smile. But I wonder how many strikes can it withstand? He raised his hand and was about to fan again when a light flashed in the hall, and Yuan's figure appeared. She said coldly, "Stop!" At this moment, the demons all around recovered from their shock and gathered from all directions, but they didn't dare to get too close. As soon as they saw Yuan, they all stopped to greet her. "Lady Yuan, you're finally willing to show yourself?" Yun Xiao held a fan in his hand and began to fan himself, looking very relaxed. "You've reached the Demon Lord realm?" Yi's eyes narrowed and asked coldly. Then, she glanced at Wei Qing and nodded. "Very good. The two of you have quite the good fortune. It seems that you've already killed the Shang Emperor." "No," Yun Xiao laughed. "I just sent him back to the origin of heaven and earth." Yuan was silent for a while. She stared at Yun Xiao with a complicated expression and did not speak. "I'm here as promised," Yun Xiao said. "What can I do for you, Lady Yuan? Please tell me. You're someone I must kill, but it might not be now," Yuan said as she looked at him coldly. Yun Xiao sneered. "Who do you think you are? You decide everything? Although you two are demon lords," Yi said, "you are not my match. Let's change our battle agreement." "Change the contract? What a joke." Yun Xiao's eyes turned cold as he said, "What right do you have to talk to me about changing the contract?" Or perhaps he's boasting of his holy demon strength. With Yun Xiao's eye sorcery, he could see at a glance that Yuan was injured. Although his face was full of sarcasm, his heart was filled with horror. The number of people who could hurt her in this world could be counted on one hand. Yi's eyes turned cold as she said, "You also wish to kill me, don't you? However, if we act now, we'll end up in a situation where both jade and stone are destroyed, and the third party will benefit." "A fisherman? By fisherman, do you mean the people who besieged the city?" Li Yun asked. The judge nodded. "Someone from the ancient realm?" Yun Xiao asked. "Someone from the ancient realm?" "Humph." Yuan's expression changed slightly, and she snorted coldly. "You seem to know quite a lot about the devil world." Yun Xiao's face turned a little unsightly as he said, "Was it the devil that injured you? You even know about the Devil Lord?" Yuan was even more shocked. "No, it was Mopu who injured me." He shook his head. "Lord Pu." Startled, Yun Xiao cried out, "Where is he now?" "He's already dead," Yuan said slowly while staring at him. "Dead? Ha. Do you think I'll believe you?" "You're indeed a stupid woman," Yun Xiao sneered. "We all have Emperor's devil essence, so we can sense each other. If Master Pu were to die, I would definitely have noticed." Anger appeared between Yuan's brows and she said coldly, "Even if he's not dead yet, he'll be soon. I can tell you clearly that the Devil Lord's goal is to seize the realm of heavenly martial arts. Now that I've become a holy demon, he's afraid of me, which is why he led his army to surround the city. If you insist on making a move now, then you and I will both die under the demon's hands. At that time, the realm of heavenly martial arts will also be annihilated." Yun Xiao's heart skipped a beat, but he still said sarcastically without changing his expression. You speak as if you're full of good feelings for the realm of heavenly martial arts. I don't have a good impression of him, but I don't have any ill intentions either. After all, that's Shuakuan's hometown. A layer of mist appeared in her eyes, as if she was a little sad. Yunxiao's mind raced, and after exchanging a few glances with Wei Qing, he suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Mo Yuan was indeed a great threat that had to be eliminated, but the mysterious devil head was an even greater threat, and a current threat at that. After weighing the two, they should indeed work together with Yuan to keep the devil in check. Lord Li, do you still remember the deal I mentioned to you? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. A demonic light flashed beside Yuan, and he suddenly appeared. His eyes flickered as he said, You really didn't let me down. You actually managed to obtain the sacred ice jade and step into the demon lord realm. Even though Shroud was mentally prepared, he was still shocked. What's the deal? Yun Xiao asked with a frown. What's the deal? Yi stood with his arms crossed and said, We'll fight the devil together. If I win, I can guarantee that I will never invade the realm of heavenly martial arts for the next 100,000 years. Really? Yun Xiao's face flickered as he stared at the judge in surprise. Yuan nodded and said, But the scope is not large. I can only restrict the tribes under my jurisdiction. I can't involve other tribes such as Yuan. You can discuss this matter with her alone. Yun Xiao was quite tempted. If the demon tribe could remain neutral, the pressure on the heavenly martial realm would be greatly reduced. Moreover, the devil was the ultimate problem. If he could get rid of it with Yuan and Yuan's hands, he would be able to eliminate a huge problem. Yuan looked at Yun Xiao coldly and said, If you can help me kill the fiend, I won't participate in the war between the two worlds. However, if there's someone I don't like, I'll still kill them if I want to. As for you, I'll definitely kill you. It doesn't matter whether you kill me or not, Yun Xiao sneered. It doesn't matter. And where was Mopu? I want you to let him go. Where is my disciple, Hua Qianshu? It's impossible to let Mopu go. You're dreaming. Yuan's face turned cold. As for that trash disciple of yours, I've never put him in my eyes, and I've never even seen him before. Yun Xiao was stunned. He knew that she would never lie about this, and he could not help but wonder about Hua Qianshu's whereabouts. Seeing his hesitation, the referee said, What do you think of this deal? It was very beneficial to both sides. Currently, among the 7 great regions in the Central Devil Realm, only I and Yi dare to contend against the Devil Lord. Although man had some tricks up his sleeve, he didn't dare to confront him directly. If our 2 tribes fail, then the Devil Lord will really unify the central tribes. When the army enters the realm of heavenly martial arts, I'm afraid even you can't stop it. All right, I'll do this deal. Even without the referee's explanation, Yun Xiao understood the relationship between them. It was indeed a situation where both sides would benefit if they worked together, and both sides would lose if they were separated. Ha ha! He was overjoyed and laughed. I knew the Heavenly Martial Alliance's leader was no ordinary person. He would definitely agree with my opinion. He looked at Yuan with a smug expression. I can postpone my grudge with Lord Yi, Yun Xiao said. But I wonder how confident you two are in dealing with the devil. As soon as he asked this question, it became quiet. I'm not confident at all, the referee said bitterly after a long while. Yun Xiao frowned as he gave Yuan a glance and said, Isn't she at the Saint Demon realm? Anger appeared on Yuan's face, and she snorted coldly. I'm currently injured, and I'm afraid it'll be difficult for me to recover in a short period of time. He nodded. I've also suffered quite a bit of injury, but I've recovered a little. Before you came, we had just suppressed Mopu. Yun Xiao's face flickered. He could imagine the earth-shaking battle, but he did not know how Mopu was doing. From the looks of it, it had definitely not been devoured by Yuan, but for some reason. If possible, he had to do everything he could to prevent Mo Yuan from devouring Pu. Otherwise, if a saint demon that could control a 6-paths demonic weapon was born, the threat would be no less than the demon head. I can roughly understand your meaning, Wei Qing suddenly said. In other words, The two of them were injured and would not be of much use in the battle against the demon lord. Then may I ask, what is the value of your deal? Isn't this the same as getting something for nothing? Zhang and Yuan's expressions changed, and they were furious. Wei Qing is right. Yun Xiao nodded. Since it's a deal, we naturally have to cooperate on equal terms. Now that you two are sick, it's not cooperation, but a request for help. If it's a request for help, then there must be additional conditions. Haha, that's the biggest lie in the world. He laughed in anger. What other conditions do you want? Release MOPU, Yun Xiao said calmly. I can be in charge of persuading him not to seek revenge on you for the time being. I can even let him deal with the demon head together. That's impossible. I've already told you. There's no room for discussion, the referee said angrily. The current situation isn't about who's begging who, but if we don't join forces, we'll burn both jade and stone. Don't even think about threatening me with this. If you don't like it, you can get lost and even try to attack me. Seeing that she was extremely agitated, Yun Xiao could tell that she had paid a great price to capture MOPU, and even his demonic body was seriously injured. So, it would be difficult to explain to her in a short time. All right, let's not talk about this for now. Tell me how to deal with the devil first. If you don't have a specific plan and just want us to rush up, then goodbye. Of course not, the referee replied. Let's go into the hall and talk. Yuan immediately gave the order to open up the defensive array of the main hall, and the group of people immediately flew in. The demons in front of the hall finally let out a sigh of relief and began to clean up the things that had been destroyed by the laughing proud red dust fan. After entering the main hall, they saw a huge square table placed in the center. On top of it were the sand plates of the entire Tianhan city, and they were all marked with various marks. It seemed that Yuan and Yuan tribes had made a lot of preparations to fight against the demon head. Yun Xiao looked at the sandbox, which was covered with all kinds of enemy signs around the city. Frowning, he said, "They've surrounded us." "They have indeed been surrounded." He nodded. He pointed at the patterns on it and said, "This is the G tribe, this is the Palace tribe, and this is the Swan and I." A total of 4 armies had gathered around the Tianhan city, sealing off all escape routes. "How many people do they have?" Yun Xiao asked. "How many people are there?" "That's hard to count. With the addition of all kinds of terrifying demonic beasts and birds, they're at least 5 times stronger than us," Shang replied. 5 times? Yun Xiao was taken aback. "After all, you are a joint force of 2 major tribes, right? These 4 tribes were repelled by me in Red Moon City, and they have suffered heavy casualties. You did not participate in the Battle of Red Moon City, so you should have been well preserved. He sighed. They came prepared while we are fighting at the last minute. Furthermore, all the teleportations are controlled by the other party. It is difficult for each tribe to mobilize. In addition, there's also the power of the Arceus region itself. Then we can only defend now, but the city will break if we surround it for too long," Wei Qing said coldly. "That's right," the referee nodded. "Before the 2 of you came, Yuan and I thought that we should delay as much time as possible and wait for us to recover from our injuries before we kill our way out. At that time, even if we can't protect the entire city, we can at least save our own lives." There were no outsiders in the hall, so he spoke his true intentions without any restraint. "What about now?" Yun Xiao asked. "Even with the addition of the 2 of us and reinforcements, it doesn't seem to be of much use." "How could that be? Lord Li is too modest. The 2 of you are demon supreme powerhouses." Yi laughed. "I even have 12 shocking puppets with me. With the 3 of you working together, I'm afraid even a holy demon can fight it." Yun Xiao's face flickered as he said coldly, "Don't tell me you want the 3 of us to fight the devil head." "Hee, of course not. Lord Li is overthinking. With 3 of them participating," Yi said with a smile, "we have the strength to fight against the 4 divisions." "What about the ancient realm?" Yun Xiao asked. Yi's expression turned serious. "To be honest," he said in a deep voice, "even I haven't seen the devil's true appearance. I've only seen his clone." "A clone?" Both Yun Xiao and Wei Qing's faces flickered as they exchanged a look. This action was immediately noticed by the referee, who asked suspiciously, "Why? Do the two of you seem to be in a dilemma?" "It's nothing," Xianxia said, waving his hand. "Please continue, Lord Qi." Although the referee was dissatisfied, he didn't say much and continued. "The patriarchs of the 8 tribes have been to the Arceus region several times, and each time, the Fiend Lord's clone would receive them. According to my spies in the Arceus region, the Devil Lord has a total of 6 incarnations, and none of them have fused into one." "So, Lord Qi, do you mean that the Devil Head's current strength may not be at the Saint Demon realm?" Xianxia asked seriously. "We don't have to worry about it?" "It should be," the judge nodded. Even since the city was besieged, he had never seen the Devil Head appear, not even his clone. Otherwise, if the Devil Head is fine, he could just show himself and give the order to lead the people of the 4 divisions to break into Tianhan City in an instant. There would be no need to be in a stalemate here. "What you said is very valuable," Xianxia nodded. "That's what I've deduced." Richard was stunned. "What the hell are you calculating? You heard it from me, and now you're pretending to be mysterious." However, he still had a smile on his face. He chuckled and said, "If that's the case, our chances of winning are still extremely high." "What's your plan then?" Xianxia asked. "What's your plan?" The judge's face turned serious as he stared at Xianxia and said, "My idea is that the judge and I will try our best to recuperate, and the entire Tianhan City's attack, defense, and retreat will be taken over by Lord Li. I'll host it." Xianxia was taken aback. He looked at the 2 men suspiciously, then pointed at his chest and said with a smile, "You want me, an outsider from the heavenly martial realm, to take charge of the attack and defense of the entire Tianhan City?" Wei Qing and Yan also found it unbelievable. Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, but she did not speak. The referee nodded and said, "That's right. Leaving it all to Lord Li is actually the best method. As long as we can drag this out until Yuan and I recover from our injuries, we'll be able to counterattack and kill the 4 divisions, or even invade the Arceus region." Yuan slowly said, "You're the Heavenly Martial Union's chief, and you've fought with the 4 divisions many times in the Battle of Zhangxian Mountain. You've also successfully repelled them. I think he's very experienced, and he's even more reliable than the 2 of us." "Then how long will it take you to recover your strength?" Xianxia asked after some thought. Yuan said, "I only need a month or so, but for Yuan, his eyes were filled with worry. "At least half a year, at most a few years," the referee replied. Xianxia took a deep breath and chuckled. "Half a year to a few years is a joke, right?" "I'm not joking. I'm indeed seriously injured. However, if I'm given a month to recuperate, I should be able to deal with a demon commander. If we have 5 times the combat strength of Tianhan City outside, it's impossible for us to last for half a year," Xianxia said seriously. "We can only take one step at a time. Wei Qing and I can only do our best. But if the city is broken and the situation is over, the 2 of us won't stay for too long, let alone leave our lives in the Tianhan City." The referee naturally understood this logic and nodded. "I guess that's the only way." He was also a little pessimistic as he sighed. "Even if the Tianhan City is broken, the Devil Head's pursuit of us will not stop. Since we have a common enemy, I hope we can work together in the future." "All right," Xianxia nodded and said, "Let's get through the current difficulties first." After all, he was happy to see the demons kill each other and restrain each other, especially when he could use the power of the Yuan and Yuan tribes to deal with the demon head, which was an unexpected good thing. Yuan and Yuan each took out a token and handed it to Xianxia, saying, "This is our order. We can mobilize all the resources in the city." Xianxia put it away without any hesitation and said, "Then the 2 of you should have a good rest. I look forward to seeing you guys recover as soon as possible. We'll kill our way out and exterminate that devil head." "I hope so," he laughed bitterly. After that, the 2 of them explained some other matters and called for the higher-ups of the 2 departments to announce the current situation to them. Even though it caused a large amount of opposition and shock, it gradually calmed down. The Devil World was a place where fists spoke. Whoever had the bigger fist had the bigger right to speak. So, When Yunxiao and Wei Qingzhan revealed their strength as fiend lords, everyone shut up and immediately said that they would follow the arrangement. The following days were peaceful. Yunxiao and Wei Qing were happy to cultivate in the city. The first order Yunxiao gave was to take out all the precious resources in the city and offer them to them for their cultivation. The higher-ups of the Tianhan city were all stunned, but they didn't dare to disobey the order. Yuan and Yuan had gone into seclusion again, so they could only do as they were told. In line with the principle of whoever sees it gets a share, Yunxiao also gave each senior official a lot of it, which made everyone smile. Soon he got along with everyone. On the 7th day, a loud rumble suddenly came from the sky above the city. Yunxiao and Wei Qing came out of their seclusion and immediately appeared in the sky. All the security forces in the city were gathered and they rushed to the hall. Yunxiao raised his head and saw a dark shadow looming over him from tens of thousands of feet high in the sky. He could only see a large number of demons flying around in it, concentrated in an area of about 10 acres, and attacking intensively. Wei Qing stared at the attack for a while before frowning. "We're in big trouble." "What?" Yunxiao was surprised. "How do you know?" "I see that these attacks are very ordinary. It will take some time to break the array." He had specially checked the great city-protecting array of the Tianhan city, and it was indeed very powerful. The defender array of the demon world had its own characteristics, which were that it was solid and singular, and it could continuously transmit energy. It was not like the realm of heavenly martial arts, which liked to make it gaudy, adding all kinds of offensive means in addition to defense. Moreover, there was more than one way to defend and attack. Therefore, the city-guarding formations of the cities in the realm of heavenly martial arts were all extremely complicated. Wei Qing said, "If they were to attack with full force from the start, it means that their mentality is unstable and they are impatient. But now, they are using these useless demons to attack the city's great array. This proves that they have made a comprehensive battle strategy. I'm afraid that the gentleness in front of us will soon become intense." Sure enough, it didn't take long for the frequency of the attacks to become stronger and stronger. In the center of the array in the Tianhan city, a few array masters were staring at the array nervously, afraid that there would be a slight mistake. Yunxiao's face turned a little serious as well. He rubbed his hands and looked at them quietly. At this moment, a large number of experts in the Tianhan city had already gathered over. They were all standing behind the two of them, looking at the situation around them nervously. He also released a large number of the magical beasts and birds that were reared in the Tianhan city. A decisive battle? With his hands behind his back, Yunxiao watched silently as his opponent bombarded the array. It was just as Wei Qing had said, the power went from weak to strong without a moment of pause, and it had been going on for about 12 hours. At this moment, the color of the barrier began to turn downward, showing that its power was declining and gradually could not support it. While Yunxiao was calculating in his heart, he suddenly raised his hand and ordered, "Have the formation removed." "What?" "Withdraw the formation." The faces of the demons behind him all changed. Wei Qing looked at Yunxiao and understood what he was thinking. "You mean that this is not a decisive battle, so you want to preserve the formation to avoid suffering the backlash of breaking the formation?" "That's right." Yunxiao nodded. "This defender array is very useful. It would be a pity if it was destroyed. After all, we don't know if this is the final battle. If the formation is destroyed and the battle continues, we'll be in a very passive position." Wei Qing nodded. "I also agree with the idea of preserving the formation. Everyone should be prepared. No one can guarantee their survival in this battle. But even if he died, he would not let the other party have an easy time. Since the other party has chosen to start a war with us, they must pay the price." Wei Qing had always been the leader of the sanctuary, and he was born with the temperament of a superior, which immediately boosted the morale of the soldiers. "We've been cultivating in Tianhan City. Since these bastards dared to come and attack us, we'll make sure they never return." A demon lord also shouted loudly. Immediately, his voice shook the sky, and his killing intent soared to the sky. At this moment, the array core stopped the operation of the city's great array. The entire sky brightened in an instant, followed by a large number of demonic creatures that were attacking the city. They fell towards Tianhan City like a meteor shower. Everyone found it difficult to breathe just by looking at the demonic creatures falling from the sky. Fortunately, they were all low-level existences and did not pose much of a threat. Yunxiao took out the proud smile of the mortal world and waved his hand at the sky a few times. He controlled the strength of each wave so that he would not lose too much of his power. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying power transformed into gusts of strong wind and huge flames that rushed into the sky, instantly crushing all the demons. The horizon instantly became clear and bright, and even the demonic qi was swept away. Ah! All the demons behind Yunxiao were dumbfounded. They widened their eyes and rubbed them, thinking that it was an illusion. Wei Qing was also very shocked. Although he had seen Yunxiao use the fan a few times, the effect was the most amazing on the battlefield. At least 1,000 demons had died at his hands. The entire sky was silent, and the four-division alliance seemed to be completely dumbfounded. A few beams of light flew over and instantly materialized above Yunxiao and the others. It was the four demon supremacies. Then, a large number of demon lords arrived. They were like stars that filled the sky. The faces of the demons in the Tianhan city turned pale. They all widened their eyes in hatred and revealed a ferocious look. "It's you, Yingluo." "Yunxiao," Gong suddenly cried out in the silence. He could not believe what he was seeing at that moment, and his eyes were as wide as pomegranates as he stared at Yunxiao. The other three demon supremacies also discovered this, and their expressions changed drastically in shock. For a moment, all sorts of questions popped up in their minds. Yen said coldly, "No wonder I kept feeling that something was wrong during the Battle of Zhongshan Mountain. It turns out that the Kuan tribe and the Kuan tribe have already colluded with the heavenly martial realm. Then the four divisions crusade this time is only natural. Tisk. Why?" Yunxiao sneered and said, "Losers always like to find excuses. Therefore, since you've been defeated once in the Red Moon City, you're going to be defeated a second time in the Tianhan City today." "Humph, what an arrogant tone." Ho's heart was burning with anger. "Originally, I still had a grudge against Yuan. Now it seems that Yuan really deserves to die." "Everyone be careful," Ji said vigilantly. "This person is already at the Demon Lord realm, and the people around him are also weak." Suddenly, he paused and his face fell. His heart was in turmoil. Why were there two more demon supremacies all of a sudden? The other three's faces changed drastically as well, when they found that Yunxiao and Wei Qing's cultivation base was the same as theirs. How did they overcome the demonic realm's power? Gong asked in shock. "This is not difficult," Ji said. "As long as you refine the item condensed by the power of the devil world." The two of them had most likely refined the rainbow stone, but how could they step into the demon lord realm in such a short time? "Even our demon race can't have such an easy time. No matter what, we can't let them live," Ho said sternly. "Let's forget all the old and new grudges. We'd better be careful. Yuan and Yuan are still hiding in the city." Gong's expression was unsightly. "In that case, they actually have 4 venerate existences." Yen angrily shouted, "How can it be counted like this? At most, these two brats have only broken through recently. How can they be compared to us? I alone can exterminate the two of them." Gong glanced at him and chuckled. "Oh? Then do you want to try? It just so happens that the face that we lost at Zhongshan Mountain, we have to rely on this time to get it back." The anger on Yan's face froze for a moment. He glanced at Yunxiao and Wei Qing, then said resentfully, "There are clearly 4 of us, and we'll definitely win. Why do you want me to take this risk alone? Just for a moment of pride?" "We still have to be on guard against Yuan and Yuan," she said, "especially Mo Yuan. It's said that she already has the power of a half-step Saint Demon. If you can take on the 2 of them, we won't have anything to fear." Yan's face twitched as he said, "It's said that Yuan has been seriously injured in a great battle in Tianhan City, and what I've seen seems to confirm that this is true. It's better to be safe than sorry," Gong said. "It's better to be prepared. If you're afraid of any mishaps, why don't you ask one of them to come forward and fight one-on-one?" then sign a life and death contract. This way, as long as we can kill one of their demon venerables, not only will we have the advantage in strength, but our morale will also be high. At that time, we can lead our army straight down and exterminate them. Gong's method is feasible. A strange expression flashed across Ho's face. The three demon superiors looked at Yan. Yan's face was a little hot, and he said reluctantly, "Why should I go? Didn't you just say that neither of them are your match?" Gong pretended to be surprised. "Are you afraid of challenging one now?" Yan fell into deep thought. Speaking was one thing, but taking action was another. Although he didn't think that he would lose, he was still extremely unwilling to take this risk alone. "As long as you go down and fight them and kill one of their demon venerables, the 3 cities that you and I have disputes over will all belong to you," said Gong. "Sai, for the sake of the big picture, it's not a big deal to sacrifice my personal interests." "Humph, what personal benefits? Those 3 cities should have been mine." Yen grunted. They were talking about the territory that they fought for after Blue died. "All right, I'll agree to it," Yen said after some thought. The 2 people in front of him only had the strength of a demon lord at the Battle of Zhongshan Mountain, so no matter how abnormal they could not be his opponent. He immediately walked down with relief and shouted, "Savage! Since you all want to be cannon fodder for Yuan, then this lord will fulfill your wishes. Now that I'm here, does any one of you dare to come forward and court death?" Yen was one of the 8 great demon venerables and had been in a high position for a long time. His aura instantly made all the demons in the Tianhan city feel uneasy and nervous. "What do you mean?" Yun Xiao asked in surprise. "Are you going to fight all of us alone? Or are you going to fight all of us alone? So what if I challenge all of you?" Yen rebuked angrily. "However, the 2 of you have also stepped into the Demon Lord realm, so I can give you a fair method. Which one of you is willing to come out and fight me?" "TSK. So it's a one-on-one fight. It's not the time for you to come out and play the hero," Yun Xiao said with a hideous smile. "The 2 armies are at war now." Bang! The aura on Yan's body exploded, and half of the sky cracked open. A large number of demons turned pale in fear. He clenched his fist and said coldly, "If you don't dare, then kneel down and I'll deal with you after I kill you on." Yun Xiao's face was frosty as he said coldly, "If you court death, then you really have to die." Yen sensed the killing intent from Yun Xiao, so he sneered contemptuously and said, "Oh, are you the one to fight? Since it's a battle, there should at least be some rules," Yun Xiao said expressionlessly. "I can't let you run away with your tail between your legs after a long fight." Yan's heart was filled with joy. Just as he was thinking about how to talk about the life and death contract, he didn't expect the other party to mention the rules. He immediately said, "Naturally not. You and I will make a heart's vow in front of everyone and have a life and death battle. No matter what method we use, we will fight to the death." Yun Xiao chuckled, his eyes flashing as he said, "It seems like you've already planned this. All right, I'll send you to the west. Are you confident?" Wei Qing asked with some worry. "At this moment," Yun Xiao said, "even if I don't have the confidence, I have to fight." He walked forward very lightly, without any magical fluctuations, just like an ordinary person. But the more this was the case, the more nervous he felt. "Everyone, retreat 3,000 feet and form a formation to protect the Tianhan city," Wei Qing ordered. Yes, the higher-ups of the Tianhan city were immediately mobilized, ordering everyone to fly down. Tens of thousands of people formed an array at the same time, almost covering the entire Tianhan city. The effect was not any weaker than the Great City-Protecting Array. Only Wei Qing and Yen were left in the sky, as well as more than 10 higher-ups of the Tianhan city. They looked at the lonely figure who was slowly walking forward. Yan's heart trembled. He suddenly had a bad feeling, but he quickly dispelled it, thinking that he was too nervous. In the air, in front of tens of thousands of demons, the 2 of them immediately swore a life and death oath. Heaven and earth seemed to have sensed it, and it became even gloomier. "Everyone, retreat 30,000 feet, Ji ordered. All the demons flew back, leaving a large space for them. "Are you prepared to die?" Yen laughed nastily. "You're about to die," Yunxiao said. "You talk too much nonsense." "Impudent! Die!" Yen shouted in anger. He shook his hands and two crescent-shaped demonic lights came slashing down, forming a cross in the air. But, with a faint smile, Yunxiao's figure faded and disappeared in front of him, leaving the two crescents in the air. The next moment, half of the sky behind Yen turned purple. A purple lightning dragon broke through the sky and bit at Yen's head. Yen suddenly turned his head. The flame between his eyebrows flashed, and a huge lotus immediately appeared. It was the ice fiend heart flame, which condensed into a fire shield in front of him. Boom! The purple thunder dragon rushed into the fire escape, immediately stirring the wind and clouds, and absorbing all the demonic chi in the surroundings. Then, Yunxiao's figure suddenly appeared in the sky where the two forces were locked in a stalemate. Holding the axe with both hands, he swung it down at Yan's head. Yan's expression changed slightly, and a bad feeling rose in his heart. The other party's combat skills and strength seemed to be far above his assessment. However, it was too late for regrets. After all, he had been a demon commander for many years. He immediately collected his thoughts and formed a hand seal with one hand. Then, he slapped the battle axe with his palm. Boom! The battle axe struck the top of Yan's palm, creating ripples. Yan's expression suddenly changed. He only felt his arm sink, as if there were signs of him being unable to withstand it. At this moment, the fire shield and purple lightning in front of him seemed to be extremely irritable. Boom! The two forces exploded almost at the same time, instantly devouring the two of them. The powerful light waves spread out in circles, sweeping across the entire sky. Everyone held their breath as they watched. Although they had guessed that the life and death battle would be extremely intense, they did not expect that in just a few breaths of time, such a huge commotion would be caused. Yen clenched his hands tightly and a layer of air wave rippled out from his body, repelling the impact force outside his body. His eyes swept around the center of the impact, chasing after Yunxiao's figure. When the two forces exploded, Yunxiao's figure flickered a few times and then disappeared before his eyes. "Come out! You're courting death," Yen shouted in anger. He made a hand seal and flames emerged from his body, turning into a red armor. He knew that he had met a strong opponent. His opponent was definitely not as simple as an ordinary demon commander. Otherwise, he would have been injured by the impact just now. A melodious voice rang out behind him. It was filled with endless sneers and disdain. "As you wish." Yan's pupils contracted, and a sense of danger spread in his heart. Impossible! His heart trembled as he felt an unusually dangerous aura coming from behind him. Yen didn't even think and formed a seal with his right hand, striking behind him. Bang! Yunxiao grabbed the floating sword and cut it directly into the palm print. The terrifying sword force was like a continuous stream of river water, directly shattering the palm print. The sword light pierced through Yan's right arm with an unstoppable force. The center of the explosion was also cut open by the sword chi at this moment. Yen roared in horror and found that his entire arm was gone. His eyes were full of shock and disbelief. As soon as Yunxiao's attack succeeded, he immediately retracted the floating sword. The sword was too terrifying, and it had drawn half of his strength in just a moment. But in exchange for Yan's heavy injuries, it was worth it. Furthermore, Yen was in a daze despite being seriously injured, which gave him the best opportunity. Clang! Clang! The sound of countless fortune wheels spinning rang out as Yunxiao grabbed the AMO wheel in his hand and slashed it down again. Only then did Yen snap out of his daze and hurriedly raised his left hand to strike. Bang! His palm struck the AMO wheel treasure, and his entire left arm trembled. The sword chi was like thousands of spinning gears, rapidly cutting his hand. Damn it! Yen Zhen roared angrily, his eyes widening like a beast as he suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a green beam at Yunxiao. Yunxiao's face flickered. His intuition told him that the green needle was extremely terrifying, and he did not dare to take it head-on. He had no choice but to take back the AMO wheel and use it as a shield. Bang! The green light turned out to be a 3-inch-long needle, and it stuck to the sword. Then, the sword shook in Yunxiao's arm, and the power of the artifact immediately spread out. The small needle trembled and actually melted down, directly turning into water vapor and disappearing. What? Yan's blazing azure yang nail. Tens of thousands of feet away, Gong and the others were watching nervously. Previously, under the impact of the powerful demonic qi, they had not been able to see the process clearly. But, after Yunxiao split the vortex with his sword, his vision gradually became clear. The first thing they saw was the blazing blue sun nail that Yen had spat out, and their faces changed. Then, they realized that Yen had lost an arm, and his left hand had become stiff and lifeless, as if it was a piece of cured meat hanging on his shoulder. What happened just now? What the hell happened? The 4 armies were all shocked, and clamors rang out everywhere. For a moment, people were in a panic, and the morale of the army was shaken. What made them even more frightened was that Yen actually turned around and left, as if he wanted to escape from the battlefield.